What if the greatest pharaoh of all time wasn't just a ruler, but a living cipher, a man shrouded in enigmas, his very existence a furious riddle waiting to ignite the minds of the curious? Ramses II, a name echoing through the ages like thunder, was he a deity in human form, or simply a man whose insatiable thirst for power drowned the Nile in blood? In the flickering shadow of the Sphinx, whispers of his conquest swirl like sandstorms, but behind every triumph lies a dark comedy of hubris. Imagine a world where gods brokered deals with mortals, where a pharaoh could obliterate entire cities with a mere flick of his wrist, yet still fear the treachery of his own court. Forget the glossy tombs, beneath the gilded facade lies a nightmare of betrayal and divine madness. What if the obelisks that stretch towards the sun are more than mere monuments, they're ancient sentinels, holding secrets that could topple kingdoms? With each chisel strike against granite, Ramses carved his legacy, but who's to say the stone didn't carve him back? Picture the palaces, opulent, sure, but what lurks within their ornate walls? It's a stage for shadows and whispers, where the only certainty is the dagger's glint in the moonlight. Every legend, every tale of victories over Hittites and Nubians, hides a sickening punchline. Was the great Ramses a genius war tactician, or just a lucky fool riding the waves of fate? Even the gods turned their heads for a moment, leaving him to dance with danger, but the question remains, who really pulls the strings? His chariots raced across the sands like thunderous hooves of storm-wrought beasts, leaving a trail of bones behind. But as his enemies fell, did Ramses ever notice the cracks in his own empire? Like a king-size game of Jenga, one wrong move and the whole tower could crumble. His most trusted advisors, were they loyal subjects or vipers hiding in plain sight, waiting for the right moment to strike? And what of the women who wove their fates into his tapestry? Queens and concubines, each one a thread of silk and poison, each encounter a double-edged sword that could carve hearts or build empires. Did they see a god, or just a man riddled with insecurities and delusions of grandeur? Ramses II, the name pulses like a heartbeat through history, but what lies beneath that pulse? A mere pharaoh or a master puppeteer, orchestrating a symphony of conquest and calamity? The sands of time threaten to bury the truth, but the echoes of history scream louder. So, can you hear it? The rhythmic pounding of iron against flesh, the laughter of gods mingling with the cries of the damned. The tale of Ramses II stretches beyond mere history, it's a tantalizing enigma that demands to be deciphered. Each layer peels back like ancient parchment, revealing a world of chaos and glory that refuses to die. The clock ticks. The stage is set. Will you dare to step into the chaos? The air crackled with tension, a palpable weight pressing down as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in strokes of crimson and gold, the colors of blood and flame, the colors of a legacy soon to be forged in the crucible of power. I remember the moment vividly, the heartbeat of the world around me echoing like the pounding of a war drum. In the distance, the Great Pyramid stood solemnly, a sentinel of time and ambition, while shadows crawled along the ground like restless spirits, whispering secrets of the past to those willing to listen. I remember, too, the palace, the opulent stone walls adorned with vibrant frescoes, depicting gods and battles, lovers and thieves, dreams and nightmares. It was there, beneath the weight of history and expectation, that Ramses, son of Seti, felt the first tremors of destiny grip his soul. He was but a child then, a boy who would soon learn that the weight of a crown is often too heavy for a fragile brow. The laughter of children echoed through the hallways, but his laughter was drowned by the enormity of his future. Seti, his father, a man of great ambition but even greater fear, strained beneath the pressure of the throne, a king haunted by phantoms of his past. I remember the way Seti's eyes darkened when he spoke of the Hyksos, a shiver crawling up my spine as if their very names were a curse. They are shadows, Ramses, he would say, his voice a low growl, but shadows can devour the light. The way the word devoured hung in the air, heavy and foreboding, made me realize that this was more than a mere threat, it was a prophecy. In each corner of that palace, the echoes of conflict clashed like swords in battle. Ramses watched, wide-eyed and innocent, as his father navigated the treacherous waters of politics, maneuvering like a chess player on a board where each piece was a life. I remember the tension that crackled between them, a fragile bond stretched thin. Seti, in his moments of vulnerability, would pull Ramses close, whispering tales of valor and glory, but the boy could feel the unspoken fear. He could sense the chasm forming between ambition and the inevitable heartbreak that lay in wait. And then there was Nefertari, Ramses's mother, a woman of grace and strength, yet burdened by the weight of her husband's expectations. She watched her son with eyes that were both proud and sorrowful, as if she could see the storm brewing within him. I remember her silver hair, a cascade that caught the dying light, framing a face etched with love and concern. "My son," she would say, her voice soft but firm, "you carry the blood of the gods. Embrace it, but do not let it consume you." Each word felt like a warning wrapped in a blessing, and Ramses, caught between the duality of his heritage, clenched his fists, fighting against the tide of destiny rising around him. The evenings were often filled with echoes from the past, stories of gods and heroes, myths woven into the very fabric of existence. I remember the way Ramses would sit at his mother's feet, enraptured by her tales, yet haunted by the shadows that flickered around the edges of those stories. He was a child, yet the weight of expectation bore down upon him like a stone. "The past is like a ghost," Nefertari would say, her voice laced with a bittersweet wisdom. "It haunts us, but we must learn to dance with it, to make it our ally." But how does one dance with a ghost? Ramses grappled with this question, the gnawing uncertainty digging into his heart, pulling at the threads of his young spirit. I remember the long hours he spent alone in the quiet of his chamber, staring into the void, the shadows swirling like a tempest around him. Was he destined for greatness or doom? As he knelt before the small altar his mother had crafted, the flickering flames cast eerie shapes that seemed to taunt him, whispering promises of glory intertwined with the inevitable fall. Time slipped through his fingers like grains of sand, and with each passing day, the boy transformed. The laughter faded, replaced by the weight of anticipation, the walls of the palace closing in like a noose. He trained beneath the scorching sun, the sweat mingling with the dust of the earth, each drop a testament to his growing resolve. I remember the feel of the sword in his hand, its cold metal a stark reminder of the battles that lay ahead. And then there was the fateful day when he first stood before the assembled nobility, his father's voice resonating in his ears, a clarion call to greatness. But instead of a roar, the hall fell silent, and all eyes were on him, judgment and expectation swirling like a tempest in that gilded chamber. Ramses felt the weight of their gazes, the intensity of their desires crashing over him like waves. The air grew thick with unspoken words, the dread of failure palpable. He took a breath, a sharp intake of courage, feeling the remnants of childhood slip away like the last rays of sunlight. "I will make you proud," he whispered to the shadows, a promise birthed from fear and determination. The moment hung in the air, heavy with possibility. In that instant, it was clear that he was on the precipice of something both beautiful and terrifying, a world where power and pain intertwined in a dance as old as time itself. He would rise, yes, but at what cost? A chill raced down my spine as I realized that every step he took would echo through eternity, each heartbeat a reminder of the shadows lurking just beyond the light. And in that moment, with destiny looming large, the palace trembled, the very stones vibrating with the weight of history yet to be written. Time, like a relentless tide, surged forward, pulling Ramses into the vortex of his fate, where the echoes of his ancestors would guide him, but also bind him in chains of ambition. I remember the feeling, the way the air crackled with unspoken truths, the shadows curling like smoke, pulling me deeper into the heart of a story that had only just begun. The spectre of Ramses II loomed large, a figure both dazzling and dark, and I was left breathless, yearning for what was to come. The air crackled with tension, thick and suffocating, as the sun dipped below the jagged horizon, draping the world in a cloak of darkness. The castle loomed like a beast, its stones slick with rain, each drop a whispered reminder of the blood spilled on its grounds. I stood at the edge of the courtyard, heart racing, skin prickling with the energy of something monumental about to unfold. Shadows danced along the walls, flickering like the last breaths of the fallen, and I could hear the distant wails of a crowd, a cacophony of sorrow and rage echoing against the stone. I remember the moment vividly, the way the world held its breath, the collective pulse of a kingdom waiting for fate to strike. They said a king was a man of honor, a beacon of light. But who truly shines in the dark? All I could see were the horrors that birthed the throne, the weight of inherited sins cloaked in velvet and gold. Across the courtyard, I saw him. Prince Alaric. His shoulders squared, defiance woven into the very fabric of his being, yet I caught the flicker of doubt behind his steely gaze. He was the one everyone had pinned their hopes upon, yet all I could see was a boy on the precipice of a storm he could not control. The whispers about him danced in the air. Will he stand strong or crumble like so many before him? I knew that burden all too well. The crown was a shackle, not a gift. I could feel the weight of his heart, heavy, trembling, a tightrope walker teetering above the abyss. And then there was Elara, the fierce and unyielding sister, who had always fought against the confines of her role. I watched her from the shadows, her fury palpable, like the crack of thunder that heralds a tempest. She could have sought safety, could have wrapped herself in the silk of diplomacy, but she chose the battlefield. "You'll never take this from him," she screamed into the night, her voice a jagged knife cutting through the storm. Her passion ignited the crowd, but I could see her fingers tremble, could sense the fear stitched into her courage. She had always felt the pulse of revolution in her veins. Was it freedom she sought, or destruction? As the clock tower chimed, its toll echoed ominously, marking the hour of reckoning. The sound twisted my stomach, a reminder of the fleeting nature of power, how easily it could slip through grasping fingers. Time was a cruel mistress, relentless in its advance. Each breath filled my lungs with the weight of history, the ghosts of those who had come before us whispering tales of betrayal, of blood-soaked eyes and treacherous vows. "Alaric!" Elara cried, her voice cracking against the wind. "Stand firm! They will come for you." The air froze, and I felt the crowd hold its collective breath, every soul turning toward the prince, waiting for a flicker of resolve. I could almost taste the bitterness of their hopes, the desperation coloring their dreams of a united front. He turned to face her, and in that moment, I could see the ghosts behind his eyes, the shadows of every sacrifice made in the name of duty. "What if I'm not strong enough, Elara? What if, in this moment, I am nothing but a boy pretending to be a king?" The vulnerability in his voice echoed through the silence, breaking the tension like glass shattering on stone. "Then you will be a king made of flesh and blood," she shot back, her fervor igniting the air around us. "And that's enough. Do not let their expectations suffocate you. You owe them nothing but the truth of who you are." Her words were a tempest, swirling around us, clawing at our hearts. We had all lost something in this war, the freedom to be ourselves, the innocence of youth, but that very loss shaped us, carved us into something fierce and raw. As if summoned by the storm of emotions, the dark figures of the council emerged from the shadows, their faces hidden behind masks of authority, eyes glinting with greed and ambition. They were the vultures circling our fragile dreams, ready to pick the flesh of hope clean. "You will kneel," their leader bellowed, voice booming like an iron hammer. "This is not your kingdom to claim." And then the moment fractured, splintering into chaos. Alaric's jaw clenched, his eyes narrowing into a fierce storm. "Not yet," he spat, the words coated in a mixture of defiance and desperation. The ground trembled beneath our feet as he stepped forward, chest heaving with the weight of 1,000 expectations. The crowd surged, a sea of bodies swirling with anticipation and dread. Hearts raced, breath stilled. I felt the raw energy vibrating through the ground, a tidal wave of emotion crashing against the fortress built of stone and blood. "I am not afraid," Alaric shouted, and in that moment, he was no longer just a prince, he was a beacon, a flicker of light in the consuming darkness. But in the back of my mind, I understood. This was just the beginning. The battles ahead would carve deeper scars, and the throne would exact a price far greater than any of us could imagine. Elara's fierce eyes captured my gaze, and in them, I saw the reflection of a world on the edge of chaos, a storm brewing that would swallow us whole if we didn't stand united. "Fight with me," she urged, her voice a plea wrapped in resolve. "We can change the course of history." And it wasn't just the kingdom hanging in the balance, it was our very souls, the truth of who we were waiting to be birthed into a world that demanded perfection. I remembered what it was like to stand on the edge, every heartbeat a pulse of fear and hope, tearing me apart. As the darkness closed in around us, I realized this was not merely about a throne. It was about choice, about the power to defy the shadows that sought to consume us. In that moment, I felt the weight of their shared pain, the fear that tethered them to a past they could not escape. I felt the call of destiny threading through my veins, a promise of what was to come. We were no longer just witnesses, we were participants in the rise of a dynasty, a symphony of pain and triumph, and I knew, like the flickering flames of a dying fire, we would be forever changed. And as the first clash of wills erupted, the sky above roiled with dark clouds, lightning illuminating the chaos that was our reality. We were caught in a storm of our own making, and the heart of a kingdom beat wildly within us. This was our moment, our ascension, and in the depths of that night, we would either seize it or be consumed. In the dark stillness of the temple, the air thick with incense and a haunting sense of reverence, I remember the weight of the world pressing down on my chest. The flickering flames cast ghostly shadows on the alabaster walls, dancing like the souls of the forgotten. Ramses II stood before us, an imposing figure cloaked in glory, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of uncertainty, a crack in the divine facade he wore so well. Every heartbeat echoed like a war drum, thrumming through the air as the priests murmured incantations, voices rising in a chorus of desperation, begging for the gods' favor. I could taste the anticipation on my tongue, metallic and bitter. Will the gods respond? I thought, as the tension coiled around us like a tightening noose. We were nothing but mere mortals beneath the watchful gaze of the divine, swept along in the current of Ramses' ambition. Anck-Seneman watched from the shadows, her heart heavy with the burden of prophecy. She felt it, the weight of destiny pressing down on her shoulders, the pressure to bear an heir who could carry the legacy of a god-king. But what if she could not? What if the gods had turned their backs, leaving her to wander the halls of power, empty and echoing? I am a pawn, she thought, each heartbeat a reminder of her powerlessness. The gods play a game, and I am merely a piece on the board. Her eyes flickered toward Ramses, whose silhouette seemed to swallow the light. He was more than just a man, he was a rage and a promise, a tempest fueled by the whispers of the priests. You will be a god among men, they declared. But deep within his chest, he could feel the chasm growing, the doubt clawing at the edges of his mind. What if I fail? The thought was a ghost that haunted him, lingering in the corners of his ambitious heart. Time stretched, each second a silent scream, as the priests poured offerings into the flames, blood and grain, sweat and tears, all melded into a concoction that was both a plea and a command. We offer ourselves to you, O great Ra, they chanted, their voices rising like smoke, spiraling toward the heavens, desperate to pierce the veil of the divine. But the gods were silent, their judgment looming like a dark cloud over the temple. Ramses' mind raced. He had built monuments that kissed the sky, he had carved his name into stone, but what of the heart? What of the pulse of the people, the whispers of the common folk? He could feel their eyes on him, their hopes and fears woven together like a tapestry of despair. What is a king without his people? He wondered, the question echoing in the crevices of his soul. The gods demanded loyalty, but could they hear the cries of the voiceless? Outside, the city pulsed with life, a cacophony of laughter and sorrow, prosperity and decay. Each street corner was a theater of existence, the poor and the rich intermingling in a dance as old as time. And yet, within this vibrant chaos, Anck-Seneman felt a chilling detachment. You are the queen, they whispered, the goddess destined to bear the heir. But she was haunted by the thought of failure, the creeping dread of becoming a shadow in her own life. She wandered through the market, the scents of spices and sweet fruit swirling around her, an intoxicating mix of life and death. Children tugged at her skirts, their laughter a reminder of life's fragility, while the sick and the old whispered prayers that faded into the ether. What good is power if I cannot protect them, she lamented, her heart aching for the people she had never met, but felt so deeply. The gods had chosen her, yet in the shadows of her own mind, she could sense the darkness. Ramses, in his opulent palace, caught glimpses of his own folly. The walls were adorned with gold, yet they felt cold and unwelcoming, a gilded cage. Am I a king or a prisoner? He pondered, the question a haunting spectre that lingered like a shadow. His soldiers returned from war, and their eyes told tales of blood and loss. We fight for you, my lord, they proclaimed, but he saw the truth, you fight for the gods. He was a puppet, and they pulled the strings with prayers and offerings, the invisible bonds of religion tightening around their throats. As night fell, the moon hung heavy in the sky, a silver coin cast into the depths of the cosmos. The temple echoed with the soft chants of the priests, a lullaby for the souls entrapped in the darkness of despair. "What do the gods want from us?" Anck-Cinnamon whispered into the night, her voice barely a breath against the stone. "What must we sacrifice to earn their love?" The thought lingered, twisting slowly like a vine around her heart. Ramses, too, felt the weight of the moon's gaze. Will they accept my offerings? He wondered, a tempest of emotion swirling within him. Each prayer he uttered felt like a plea, a desperate cry for salvation. The people looked to him for guidance, but he feared becoming a tyrant, a figure of worship who had lost touch with humanity. Anck-Cinnamon and Ramses were bound together by fate, two souls caught in a web of religious fervor and personal despair. They were both striving for greatness, yet shackled by the very gods they sought to please. The tension between their desires and the expectations of the divine hung in the air like a thick fog, preventing them from seeing the path ahead. And so the night deepened, cloaked in uncertainty, a silent witness to the unraveling of dreams and power. The gods watched, their judgment looming on the horizon. In the shadows, the winds whispered secrets, a promise of what was to come. As Ramses stood at the precipice of his destiny and Anck-Cinnamon felt the weight of her own, the world around them held its breath, waiting for the moment when the divine would intervene, or perhaps when they would take matters into their own hands. Time ticked away, the universe a watchful eye, and within that haunting stillness lay the pulse of creation itself, thumping with the promise of conflict, hope, and an all-consuming desire. The air was thick with smoke and the metallic tang of blood. It clung to my lungs, suffocating, an uninvited guest at the banquet of war. I stood on the edge of the battlefield, a witness to the chaos unfolding before me. Shouts pierced the air like arrows, each cry echoing a different story of despair and anger. I watched as a soldier, young and wide-eyed, fell to his knees, clutching his side, the light in his eyes dimming, snuffed out like a candle in a storm. His name was Tom, and I could have sworn I heard him whisper my own name as his world faded into darkness. I remember the fear gripping my heart, a vice tightening with every tremor of his final breath. Then there was Elara, my sister, standing firm amidst the chaos, her sword raised high, amber hair whipping in the wind like flames fighting against the encroaching night. She was a force, an embodiment of fury and hope wrapped in a flawed spirit. I remember how her laugh once danced around our home, a melody now dulled by the weight of armor and bloodshed. "This is our chance," she shouted, her voice a crash of thunder. But was it? Each clash of steel felt like a funeral bell tolling for our innocence, for the life we once knew. I saw the ghost of our childhood in her eyes, flickering like a candle about to be snuffed out. The earth trembled, and the sky darkened with the storm of our intentions. It was here, amidst the cries and the carnage, that my resolve began to falter. I remember standing beside her, feet planted in the mud, heart racing like a wild stallion. "We fight for our freedom," she insisted, and I wanted so desperately to believe her, to believe in this cause that had turned her into a warrior. Yet shadows lurked behind every promise, every rallying cry. The faces of those we had lost haunted me, specters that whispered warnings in the stillness between battles, reminding me of the price of power. "Kill or be killed," she declared, a mantra of survival that left a bitter taste in my mouth. I remember the moment when I saw her cleave through a soldier, his scream echoing in my head, a haunting melody that played in the dark corners of my mind. Blood splattered on her face, a grotesque mask that transformed her into something unrecognizable. "We must," she repeated, each word a hammer driving nails into the coffin of our shared humanity. I wanted to scream, to pull her back from the brink, but the pull of duty was stronger than the bonds of kinship. The irony was staggering. We were meant to protect each other, yet here we were, standing on opposite sides of a chasm that had opened between our souls. And then there was Rainer, a man whose spirit flickered like a dying star, burdened by the weight of a past that gnawed at him like rats in the night. He was a commander, a man who had fought for the crown and lost everything in return. He wore his scars like medals, but they were reminders, bitter and raw, of battles fought and friendships shattered. His eyes held stories of betrayal that no one else could fathom, a darkness that threatened to swallow him whole. "Power is an illusion," he would whisper when the night turned too quiet. "We are all just puppets, dancing on strings we cannot see." In that moment, I saw the truth of his words reflected in the fires of war consuming us. I could feel the tension in the air, thick and electric, as if the universe held its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. We were the architects of our own demise, building towers of ambition on foundations of blood and sorrow. The weight of it bore down on me, each heartbeat a reminder of the lives we were bound to destroy for the sake of a crown, for the promise of power. The whispers of the fallen lingered in the breeze, a chorus of voices urging me to reconsider. I remember the night sky, a vast tapestry of stars, each one a soul lost to the ravages of war. They were watching, I felt it deep in my bones. What will be left of us when this is over? I asked Ilara, my voice trembling. She met my gaze, the fire in her eyes dimming as reality settled in like a thick fog. We are not finished yet, she said, but I could see the cracks in her armor. The first light of dawn broke through the horizon, painting the battlefield in hues of gold and crimson. It was beautiful and grotesque, a juxtaposition of life and death that threatened to drown me. I remembered the stories of our ancestors, of battles fought to protect the very essence of life, yet here we stood, reduced to mere shadows of those ideals. I watched as the sun rose, cloaked in the screams of the dying, illuminating the horrors we had wrought in the name of ambition. And then it happened. The clash, the roar, the moment that the world seemed to hold its breath. Rayner charged, swords clashing, a monumental figure consumed by the chaos he sought to control. I saw Ilara beside him, a flicker of light amid the shadows, but the darkness was closing in. Each swing, each thrust of their blades felt like a whisper of fate, a reminder of the choices that had led us here, to the brink of something terrible. The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing just beyond the horizon, a promise of something more, the next campaign, the next push for power, a hunger that could never truly be satisfied. I felt it rise within me, a gnawing urge to stand firm in the storm, to protect what little remained of our humanity. But who were we, really? Just players in a game that had long since spun out of control. As the battle raged on around me, I could only watch, heart pounding, breath shallow, consumed by the fear of losing everything. The faces of the fallen blurred before my eyes, ghosts of our shared past, urging me to question the very foundation of our fight. The war was more than just a clash of swords, it was a reckoning, a call to confront the haunting specters of our choices, to reckon with the darkness that resided in us all. I stood in the storm, a fragile candle flickering in the wind, uncertain of how long I could withstand the onslaught, how long until the shadows swallowed me whole. In the chaos, I felt the shift, the turning tide as the next wave of soldiers surged forward. Power was not a crown, it was a tempest, and we were merely caught in its eye, teetering on the brink of a storm that threatened to consume us all. The sun hung low, an angry ember bleeding red across the horizon, casting long shadows over the lifeless ground of Kadesh. Heat shimmered in the air, distorting the brutal reality of war. A murmur stirred through the ranks of Hittite soldiers, the tension thick enough to cut with a blade. They stood there, tense and quivering like a bowstring, fear and anticipation dancing in their eyes. One heartbeat echoed louder than the rest, a drumroll of fate. I remember the moment Sarai, a young archer with dreams buried under layers of duty and expectation, stared into the distance, her heart a tempest. Her fingers clutched the bowstring, taut with desperation. She was not just a soldier, she was a daughter, a sister, a lover. Yet every arrow she loosed was a scream of rebellion against the tyranny of expectation. The weight of her brother, lost to a previous campaign, hung over her like a shroud, the ghost of his laughter a haunting reminder of what she'd sacrificed. And then there was Ramses, the pharaoh himself, a lion amongst sheep, but even lions can bleed. His chiseled face was marred by the shadows of doubt. He paced, his mind a storm of strategies and betrayals, a chessboard where every move might cost him everything. His heart thudded rhythmically against the armor that encased it like a prison. Victory, he murmured, a prayer and a curse intertwined. With every step, he felt the weight of his ancestors pressing down upon him, an unbearable legacy of glory and ruin. I will not fail, he vowed to the wind, but the whisper of doubt clung to him like sweat. A deep breath, the kind that fills your lungs with the taste of iron and earth, then came the clash. The first sound was muted, a thump, like the heartbeat of the earth itself echoing through the valley. Then chaos erupted. The clash of metal, the cries of men, the screams cascading like a waterfall of despair. Sarai let loose her first arrow, watching it fly in a perfect arc, a fleeting promise of flight before it found its target. She felt the thrill, a brief flicker of joy, before horror gripped her heart. The man fell, and for a heartbeat, she was lost in the vastness of his eyes, questions unasked now forever unanswered. Ramesses sensed the shift, a ripple in the fabric of battle. His forces surged forward, a massive tide of fearsome warriors, each one driven by the thirst for glory, revenge, or survival. In that moment, he was not just a king, but a desperate man searching for meaning in the carnage. His sword swung through the air, a blur of intent, but with every enemy slain, with every moment of triumph, he felt himself slipping further away from the man he wished to be. The cheers of his men became a haunting symphony, a dirge masked as victory. A sudden pain shot through Sarai's side, a jolt that shattered her focus. She stumbled back, gasping as she touched the warmth of blood seeping through her fingers. A Hittite warrior, fierce and merciless, stood before her, the fire of a sworn enemy in his eyes, a reflection of her own desperation. "Why?" she gasped, the word more of a plea than a question. He hesitated, confusion flickering across his battle-hardened face. Was he also trapped by the weight of family, by the bonds of duty that chained them both to this desolation? Ramesses saw them locked in that desperate moment, two souls tethered by the same grief, the same longing for peace. He tried to call out, but the words caught in his throat, a lump of guilt, of realization. In the swirling chaos, decisions came like lightning, striking with sudden clarity. The Hittite warrior lowered his weapon, and Sarai felt the tension shift. For a heartbeat, time hung suspended, history waiting, watching, holding its breath. But then the world crashed back into chaos. Ramesses, desperate to maintain his grasp on glory, surged forward, his sword slicing through the air, a desperate act ridden with the weight of destiny. The blow landed, and the warrior fell, lifeless, and in that instant, Sarai screamed, an otherworldly wail that pierced through the clamor of battle. It was a cry not just for her enemy, but for all that was lost, for the brother she would never see again, for the shattered remains of her innocence. Ramesses turned, and their eyes locked, a bridge of understanding built in the span of a breath. "I didn't want this," he shouted, his voice raw with a mixture of rage and heartbreak. But the battle raged on, indifferent to their shared pain. The sky darkened, clouds rolling in like harbingers of doom, and the ground beneath them soaked up the blood of thousands, their stories intertwined, forever changed by a moment of chaos, a battle fought not just with swords, but with hearts full of anguish and yearning. And as the dust settled, the ghosts of Kadesh would wander, whispering tales of bravery and loss, of sacrifice and regret. The cries of the fallen, the laughter of the living, they were all stitched into the very fabric of that cursed land. In the end, victory was a spectre, a cruel mistress that offered nothing but shadows and echoes. Sarai, Ramesses, and all those who fought that day, became part of a vast tapestry woven with the threads of their anguish, their hopes, and their broken dreams. In that eerie silence that followed the tempest, time slowed. Each breath felt like a promise made to the earth, an oath that no matter how heavy the heart, no matter how deep the wounds, there would always be a continuation, a cycle of struggle and resilience. They would carry their scars, their stories, into the endless night, where the stars blinked out in silent witness to their fate. The battle was not an end, it was merely the beginning of a haunting, an echo that would resonate through time, forever reminding us of the frailty of human ambition, the weight of destiny, and the heartbreaking beauty of existence. The air was thick with tension, a palpable weight that hung over the sun-scorched sands of the ancient world. In the dim light of the tent, shadows danced like ghosts, twisting and writhing in a chaotic ballet. I could feel my heart hammer against my ribs, each thud echoing the desperate urgency of the moment. In the center, amidst the flickering flames, stood Hattusilus, the Hittite king, his brow furrowed with the burden of leadership. His gaze pierced through the tension, searching for something, anything, in the eyes of his most trusted advisor, a man named Tuwana, who wrestled with a crisis far greater than war. I remember, I whispered to myself, an incantation against the chaos. I remember the stories told in secret, stories of betrayal, of love lost in the heat of ambition. The haunting echoes of the past clung to me like a shroud, wrapping me in a sense of impending doom. A treaty hung in the balance, one that could bind two great nations or tear them apart with a single stroke of a quill. But Hattusilus was not just a king, he was a man consumed by doubt, each choice a dagger poised at his own heart. His hands trembled, not from fear of battle but from the weight of the lives he was about to change. Tuwana, his childhood friend turned advisor, watched him intently, his own heart a battered drum in his chest. The bond between them was forged in the fires of war, yet now it stood on the precipice of an uncertain future. "Your Majesty," Tuwana spoke, his voice a low rumble, "the Egyptians will not wait forever. Should we not display our strength? We are not mere pawns in their game." Strength? Or foolishness? Hattusilus replied, the words heavy with the gravity of impending conflict. "What if they take our offer as a sign of weakness? They've seen our scars, they know our past. I can't bear the thought of leading us into a war that could mean ruin." I remember standing there, feeling the heat of their conflict seep into my very soul. The flickering flames illuminated their faces, revealing the raw emotion etched into every line. Hattusilus, noble and proud, a lion backed into a corner, while Tuwana, fierce and loyal, a soldier who fought against the very tide of time itself, knew that every heartbeat carried the weight of their decision. Outside the tent, the desert wind howled like a banshee, carrying with it whispers of dread that curled like smoke around the warriors gathering for what could be their last stand. In that moment, I could taste the salt of their sweat, the sharp tang of fear mingling with the sweetness of hope. It was intoxicating, a heady mix that left me dizzy, clinging to the edges of reality. "You are a fool if you think they'll accept anything less than our surrender," Tuwana pressed, desperation creeping into his tone. "But I see it in your eyes, my friend. You want peace, not bloodshed. But peace, in our world, is a lie wrapped in a false smile." Hattusilus turned, his stormy gaze locking onto Tuwana's. "Then what do you suggest? We invite them into our land, warmongers beneath gilded masks. I won't be the king who signs away our future for the sake of a fleeting moment of tranquility." Each word was a knife, cutting deeper into the fabric of their friendship, fraying the threads that bound them together. I could feel their emotions pulsating in the air, raw and electric, as if the very cosmos had aligned to witness their struggle. What they didn't understand was that the real enemy loomed not in the shadows of their tent but within their own hearts. "Sometimes, survival means compromise," Tuwana said, his voice quiet, yet carrying the weight of ages. "We can't always be the warriors we dream of. The world demands more than blades and shields, it demands cunning and sacrifice." I held my breath, locked in a moment that felt suspended by the sheer weight of their words. A clock ticked somewhere in the distance, each second a reminder of the dwindling time they had left. I could hear the distant murmurs of soldiers sharpening their swords, and the echo of 1,000 dreams fading into the abyss of war. The night deepened, and the stars above bore witness to their plight, twinkling like the eyes of ancient gods, indifferent to the struggles of mere mortals. Hattusilus closed his eyes, remembering perhaps the dreams of youth, when honor and glory had danced like flames in his heart, uncontaminated by the burdens of rule. "Do you think our ancestors would have faltered?" he asked, a flicker of defiance igniting in his chest. "Would they have cowered before a foreign power? I won't forget who we are, Tuwana. We are Hittites, forged in the crucible of blood and fire. I will not let them see us bow." And just like that, I felt the tremor of history vibrating through my bones. Their choices would ripple across the ages, reshaping the very destinies of nations. I remember feeling the pull of their emotions, a tide that threatened to drown the both of them in their resolve. But as the night stretched on, the tension cracked like thunder. Tuwana stepped closer, his voice trembling with urgency. "And what if that pride becomes our undoing?" Their eyes locked, a fierce battle of wills. In that moment, I understood the truth. The art of diplomacy was a treacherous dance, fraught with the potential for ruin or salvation. A flicker of understanding passed between them, a spark of recognition that perhaps they were fighting the same enemy, the specter of failure, lurking just outside their tent. The chill of the night seeped deeper, mingling with the heat of their words, and I could almost hear the cosmos holding its breath, waiting for the storm to break. The choice loomed large, a shadow that stretched before them like an endless desert. I remember the silence that followed, pregnant with meaning, a moment that felt as though the world itself had paused, waiting for destiny to strike. Would they bow to the winds of fate, or would they stand resolute, hearts beating in unison against the creeping darkness? And in that moment, as the flickering shadows danced, I realized with a jolt that their story was far from over. The tension would linger like a ghost, haunting the sands of their lives, drawing them closer to an inevitable confrontation that would echo through the ages, binding their fates as tightly as the very treaties they sought to forge. The air was thick, almost suffocating, as I stood beneath the skeletal frame of what was to be the great temple, a mere whisper of stone and ambition rising against a blood-orange sunset. The sun's last rays filtered through the gaps, casting grotesque shadows that danced on the ground like the spirits of those who had come before, builders and dreamers, all buried beneath a weight of their own aspirations. Here, amidst the echoes of hammering stones and the distant cries of hawkers, I could almost hear the ghosts of failure, their voices sharp as the chisel's edge. I remember the first time I laid eyes on the plans, scrawled on tattered parchment, inked in desperation, a vision so grand it dared to touch the heavens. My hands trembled as I traced the lines, feeling the pulse of centuries in my fingertips. But it wasn't just the architecture that haunted me, it was the burden of my brother's dreams. Eli. His eyes sparkled with the kind of fervor that ignites revolutions and sends men to the gallows. We both knew the risks, but ambition was a seductress, and we were foolish enough to believe we could tame her. Do you hear that? Eli's voice broke through the thickening silence. His brow was furrowed, the sweat glistening like dew on his brow. It's the sound of history being made. Or maybe it was the sound of our impending doom. I laughed, a hollow sound that echoed in the cavernous space. History? Or a requiem for our sanity? Because as I stood there, in the grip of a haunting vision of glory, I couldn't shake the feeling that the ground beneath us was a powder keg, ready to explode with the weight of our desires. Even now, the sound of stone scraping against stone, the rhythm of laborious working tirelessly, tore at my insides. I watched as their muscles worked like iron gears, filled with the sweat of hope and despair. Each swing of the hammer was a heartbeat, a prayer, a curse. I could see them, men with dirt-streaked faces, weathered hands, and dreams that hung by a thread. They were chasing a monument, a declaration of existence, while all I could think of was how I was losing my brother to a dream that felt more like a nightmare. Eli! I shouted, my voice slicing through the air, desperately grasping for him. You need to break, to breathe. But he only shook his head, his eyes glimmering with a madness that terrified me. Break? No, Miri. This is our chance to be remembered. To rise above the ashes of mediocrity. Mediocrity. The word hung in the air, a noose tightening around my heart. I could feel the pull of something profound, an unyielding desire to create, to build. But what was the cost? I saw the flicker of madness in Eli's eyes, the way they danced dangerously close to the abyss. A figure emerged from the shadows, a foreman, his face a map of scars and victories. You're falling behind, Eli. The temple won't build itself. His words were harsh, a whip cracking in the dusk. Eli's jaw tightened, and I felt a surge of fear. The foreman was a spectre of ambition himself, a man who had sacrificed his humanity for stone and glory. We'll push harder, Eli replied, his voice a strained whisper, the weight of his dreams pressing down like a millstone around his neck. I remember the way the foreman's eyes glinted with something primal, something that felt like betrayal. There was no mercy here, only ambition hungry for flesh. Everything is at stake, he said, his voice a low growl, a warning wrapped in a promise. And in that moment, I realized the temple wasn't just a structure, it was a living entity, a beast we had stirred with our dreams. As the sun sank lower, painting the sky with wisps of crimson and despair, I felt the walls close in on me. I turned, seeking solace in the shadows, where I often found comfort in the darkness. But there was no comfort here, only the sound of my own heartbeat, each pulse echoing the cries of those who had come before, those who had dared to dream, only to be consumed by their own desires. My mind drifted to the stories whispered around nighttime fires, tales of architects who were swallowed by their creations, whose souls became stone and mortar, forever trapped within the walls of their own ambition. Were we building a temple or entombing ourselves? Miri! Eli's voice shattered my reverie, pulling me back into the chaos of our ambition. Look! I turned to see him standing at the edge of the construction site, his arms outstretched, a wild look in his eyes. It's beautiful. We're creating something that will endure beyond us. But it was a beauty tainted with despair, a beauty that flickered like a dying star. I felt a knot tighten in my chest, a mixture of pride and fear. Could we bear the weight of our ambition? Eli, I pleaded, my voice trembling. What if it's all for nothing? What if we lose ourselves in this pursuit? He laughed, a sound that echoed off the stones, a melody woven with madness and brilliance. Then we'll be lost together. Isn't that a fate worth chasing? With a heavy heart, I could only watch as he stepped further into the chaos, a moth drawn to the flames. The temple loomed above us, an ominous presence, its unfinished walls reaching for the sky like the fingers of a dying god, begging for redemption while whispering promises of eternal glory. But in that moment, I felt the tremors beneath my feet, a threat, a warning, a reminder that every stone we placed, every dream we chased, was a prayer that could turn to ash in an instant. And so we built, brick by brick, heartbeat by heartbeat, together and alone, an eternal struggle against the shadows that crept closer, hungry for our souls, craving the very essence of our ambition. The clock was ticking, and we were bound to each other by the thrill of creation and the haunting fear of destruction. In that silence, with the echoes of our dreams reverberating against the stone walls, I understood, this temple was not just a testament to our architectural ambitions, it was a crucible, a place where everything would either be forged anew or fall into ruin. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting us into darkness, I was left with a question that hung in the air, heavy and unyielding. Would we rise, or would we be lost to time? The wind howled across the desert, carrying whispers of forgotten gods and lost souls. It curled around the massive stones that lay piled like forgotten memories, waiting to be shaped into something monumental. I stood there, heart racing, feet sinking into the gritty earth that trembled under the weight of history yet to be forged. The sun hung low on the horizon, casting long shadows that danced like specters of the past, each flicker echoing the burdens we bore. Faster! Hemi shouted, his voice cracking like a whip. He was a man possessed, sweat glistening on his brow, pouring his soul into every swing of the chisel. Each strike resonated with desperation, a heart beating against the stone, as though he were trying to birth something divine from within the lifeless granite. His hands trembled, not from fear but from the sheer enormity of the task. He was a father raising a titan, and with every fragment of rock that fell away, a little piece of him vanished too. I remember my own hands, calloused and raw, trembling as I gripped my tools. I felt the weight of Hemi's ambition pressing down on me. He was not just shaping stone, he was carving his legacy into the very bones of the earth. But what is legacy when the cost is your humanity? The night before, I had dreamt of broken families, of faces contorted in grief, and I had awoken with a sense of dread gnawing at my insides. What have we done? I whispered into the silence, a question that echoed in my mind, unanswered. Keep going. Hemi's voice was a crackling fire, pushing us forward, even as the sun beat down, relentless and unforgiving. I looked at him, really looked. He was gaunt, shadows clinging to his cheeks. His eyes burned with a fire that threatened to consume him. I admired that flame, but a flicker of fear twisted in my gut. How long could he sustain that kind of passion? In the quiet moments, when the world fell away, I saw flashes of despair in his gaze, a man teetering on the edge of madness. And there was Mina, her face a tapestry of grit and resolve. She was a spirit of the earth, strong yet fragile, a duality that mirrored our own struggle. As she mixed the mortar, I could see the tension in her shoulders, the way her hands moved with reverence, as if she were tending to sacred ground. This is for the gods, she murmured, almost to herself, her voice threaded with hope, fear, and an unwavering determination. But who were we to invoke the gods? We were mere ants, scuttling to build a monument that would stand long after our dust settled. Does it matter? I asked her once, as the sun dipped into an orange haze, painting the sky with the colors of our dreams and nightmares. Will they even remember us? She paused, the weight of her thoughts heavy in the air. What if they do? There was a softness in her voice, a light that flickered like a candle in the dark. What if they remember the sacrifices? Sacrifices, those words hung between us, heavy and poisonous. I remembered the faces of those who had come before us, who had toiled and bled, hoping for a better world that never came. The echoes of their despair reverberated in my mind. Had they hoped to be remembered? Or were they simply forgotten, their lives reduced to the dust upon which we stood? Hemi's laughter cut through the tension, sharp and wild, as he chipped into the stone. We're building a home for the gods. They'll remember us. But that laughter, it was tinged with madness. I felt it, that creeping shadow of doubt, lurking just beneath the surface. He was losing grip, losing himself in this colossal dream. With every block we placed, I wondered if we were building a sanctuary or a tomb. Each stone felt like a weight on my chest, pressing down until I could barely breathe. I wanted to scream, to tear down what we had built, to run away into the night. But the fear of the unknown held me captive. The vastness of the desert loomed like an endless abyss, and I could feel its chill creeping in. The moon rose, a silver sentinel watching over our labor. The air thickened, and the shadows grew long and twisted, whispering secrets that we dared not hear. Hemi's fervor became frenzied, a storm brewing beneath his skin. He was a man on fire, but what would be left of him when the flames died down? Mina and I exchanged glances, our silent agreement binding us together in the face of uncertainty. We were in this together, yet apart, a tapestry of dreams and fears woven tightly. Tomorrow, Hemi croaked, his voice hoarse and strained, we'll break ground on the statues. The giants that would rise from the earth, near immortal, a testament to the fleeting nature of our existence. I shivered at the thought, the weight of it crushing. Time slipped away like sand through our fingers, and I could feel the cosmos spinning, mocking our fragile humanity. As the night deepened, the stars blinked down upon us, distant yet full of stories, while we toiled in the dark. I could hear the heartbeat of the earth beneath us, steady and relentless. Each pulse matched the rhythm of my fear, my hope. I remembered the faces of those who would come to see our creation, the awe and wonder, but beneath it all lay a truth so stark it chilled me to the bone. Would they marvel at the monument, or would they see the souls who sacrificed everything for a dream carved in stone? The desert wind howled again, a mournful lament, as we continued our work, a tapestry of dreams, of broken promises, and unyielding hope. And as I struck the stone once more, everything felt suspended, as if the cosmos itself held its breath, waiting for what we would create, or destroy. The air crackled with tension, a sensation that clung to the skin like a spider's web, sticky and suffocating. In the dim light of the temple, shadows danced across the cold stone walls, whispering secrets older than time itself. Ramses II stood at the altar, cloaked in gold and power, his heart racing, a tidal wave of responsibility crashing over him. With every heartbeat, he felt the weight of 1,000 years pressing down on his shoulders. The people gathered before him, their eyes reflecting fervor and desperation, as if they could see through the facade of godhood that he wore like armor. I remember the moment as if it were an echo, reverberating in the hollow chambers of my memory. The scent of incense filled the air, thick and cloying, mingling with the sweat of the worshippers. It was intoxicating and terrifying, life and death intertwined in an endless waltz. They believed in him. They needed him. But the truth, oh the truth, was a dark shadow lurking just beyond the light. Ramses, the living god, felt like a scared boy hiding behind the grand facade of kingship, a fragile puppet in a game of divine chess. Then there was Nefertari, his beloved queen, standing resolute like a fierce flame in the cold dark of night. She was fierce, maddeningly strong, yet haunted by the whispers of fate. "You're not just a man, Ramses," she said, her voice both a balm and a blade, cutting through his doubts. "You are the pharaoh. You are eternal." But as those words left her lips, an echo of fear rippled through his mind. Was he really eternal? Or merely a fleeting shadow, a flicker of candlelight destined to be snuffed out? The sound of chanting grew louder, a relentless tide that crashed against the walls of his mind. The cult of the pharaohs thrived on belief, on sacrifice, on the fear of the unknown that gripped their hearts like a vice. They wore their faith like a shroud, a beautiful, terrifying garment that wrapped around them, suffocating yet comforting. They needed him to be their deity, to rise above the mortals, yet he could feel the cracks in his facade beginning to widen. I remember the chaos of that moment, as a young boy, no older than 10, rushed forward, his eyes wide with desperation. "Pharaoh! Save my sister! She is sick! The skin festers!" His voice trembled, raw and pleading. In that moment, the boy's fear pierced Ramses like a dagger, revealing the truth that lay beneath the gold and titles. He was not a god. He was flesh, blood, and doubt, standing on the precipice between divinity and humanity. Ramses reached for the boy, but the crowd surged forward, a wave of bodies clamoring for his attention, each with a desperate plea or prayer. Mothers clutched their children, fathers knelt in homage, and the air grew heavy with the weight of unfulfilled wishes. He felt their eyes, expectant, searching, hungry for miracles. Yet, he had no miracles to give. Only flesh that could bleed, only a heart that could break. It was then he heard her voice again, distant yet close, as if she were standing beside him. "You can't save them all, Ramses. You can only be what you are, a human." Nefertari's voice wove through the chaos, entangling itself in his resolve, reminding him that the cult of the pharaohs had built walls so high around their god that he feared he might just suffocate within them. The boy's eyes were shining with tears, and Ramses felt something clawing at him from the inside, a deep, gnawing fear of inadequacy. What was the point of his power if he could not save a mere child? He felt it, the dark ink that seeped into the edges of his heart, a reminder that no matter how many statues were erected in his name, no matter how wide the river of time flowed, he too would eventually be forgotten. I remember, the voice of the boy melted into the crowd, swallowed by the collective longing that filled the temple. I remember, every whisper, every prayer, a reminder of mortality, pierced his soul. He stood there, as they chanted his name, the sound wrapping around him like a lover's embrace, yet it felt suffocating. The temple walls echoed with the cries of the desperate, the wailing of those who believed in the divine power of a man who felt increasingly less divine by the moment. And yet, he was their anchor, their shining beacon of hope in a sea of darkness. But hope, like a candle in the wind, was a fragile thing. With a sudden rush, Ramses stepped forward, the weight of his crown heavy upon his brow. "I am not a god. I am your pharaoh." His voice rang out, slicing through the chanting, silencing the crowd. The shock of his declaration hung in the air like a ghost, palpable, shivering. He felt the tension release, yet it was not freedom he found, but the crushing weight of truth. The crowd fell silent, disbelief etched on their faces. Nefertari's eyes widened, filled with a mix of pride and fear. This was not the worship they had come to offer, this was a rebellion against the very fabric of belief. For a heartbeat, he thought he saw a flicker of doubt in their eyes, a crack in their unwavering faith. But then, something shifted, they began to chant anew, a different kind of prayer, woven from threads of desperation and devotion. In that moment, Ramses knew he had ignited something far greater than himself. The cult of the pharaohs was not just about worship, it was about the need for connection, the search for meaning in an unforgiving world. And as he stood there, his heart racing, the weight of eternity pressing down upon him, he realized that in this dance of shadows and light, perhaps humanity was the greatest gift he could offer. Fear knotted in his gut, yet a strange fire ignited within him. He was a man, surrounded by the echoes of gods and dreams, standing at the crossroads of destiny and existence. I remember the moment when I felt the world shift beneath my feet, a tremor that would change everything. And as he looked into the eyes of the boy, into the eyes of his people, Ramses embraced the uncertainty, ready to face the dawn that awaited him, ready to be both pharaoh and man. The air was thick with tension, heavy with the scent of incense and blood, swirling around the grand halls of the palace like restless spirits seeking solace. I stood there, heart pounding, eyes wide, as the shouts of men echoed off the walls, reverberating through my very soul. The throne room, usually a place of majesty and order, had morphed into a battlefield, a chaotic cacophony of power and desperation. The fate of a dynasty hung in the balance, and it was all too palpable, a tightening in my chest that felt like the grip of the gods themselves. Ramses II, King of Kings, sat upon his gilded throne, an imposing figure wrapped in layers of linen and gold, yet the shadows danced across his face, revealing a flicker of vulnerability that no one dared to acknowledge. His eyes, once fierce and unwavering, now betrayed a flicker of uncertainty. The whispers of succession loomed like a storm on the horizon. Which son would ascend? Which would inherit not just the crown but the weight of 1,000 histories? It was an agonizing decision, one that threatened to shatter the very foundation of the family he had built with such grandiosity. My heart ached for Seti, the eldest son, whose ambition was a roaring fire, consuming everything in its path. He stood tall, his posture rigid, every muscle coiled with the tension of expectation. "Father," he implored, voice quaking with both reverence and desperation, "let me lead our people into glory." Something flickered in Ramses's expression, something that felt like regret. Seti was the embodiment of strength, but strength can sometimes feel like a burden, a weight pressing down on bones already weary from the struggle. And then there was Kinwasit, the scholar, the dreamer, his heart a delicate vessel, overflowing with visions of temples and scrolls, while the world outside raged with wars and ambitions. He stood in the shadows, watching, yearning to be heard, yet bound by the invisible chains of expectation. "Father," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper against the clamor of the throne room, "there is more to leadership than the sword. Knowledge is the true power." But his words hung in the air, heavy but unacknowledged, like a child's plea lost in a storm. And within this tempest, I could feel the weight of the past pressing down on all of us. The echoes of ancestors resounded in my ears, their voices a haunting melody. I remember the stories my grandmother told me during twilight, weaving tales of glory and despair. Those memories, woven like threads in a tapestry, now felt like a shroud. They bathed once a year, I chuckled to myself, absurdity spilling forth as I tried to lighten the atmosphere. So yeah, romance was earthy. But laughter felt like a distant memory, replaced by the grim reality of a family torn asunder by duty and desire. Ramses's gaze flickered between the two sons, caught in the tempest of his own making. He was a king, yes, but also a father, trapped between love and obligation. The gods had woven a cruel tapestry, and he was a mere pawn in their game. "I remember," he began, his voice carrying the weight of ages, "the moment I held you both, and I knew I would have to choose." A silence fell, heavy as a leaden sky, and in that moment, every heartbeat echoed with the unsaid. Seti tightened his fists, frustration etched into his brow, the fire within him threatening to spark into a flame. "You cannot hold on to the past, father!" His voice rang out, fierce and unyielding. "The world is shifting beneath our feet. I am ready to protect our legacy." And with those words, the air crackled, tension coiling tighter, like a bowstring pulled to its limit. But Kinwasit, dear Kinwasit, stepped forward, his voice trembling yet resolute. "And what legacy will we have if we lose our humanity in the pursuit of glory?" I remember, his eyes glistened, a reflection of the moonlight filtering through the high windows. The stories of the fallen, of the kings before us, and their dreams of greatness, all turning to dust. A haunting reminder that power comes at a cost, a price that is paid in blood, tears, and lost dreams. A clock ticked somewhere in the distance, each second a reminder of the fleeting nature of time, of choices that would echo into eternity. The gods watched, unseen, their laughter mingling with the cries of men. The weight of expectation hung over our heads, an anvil resting on fragile dreams, ready to shatter them with one wrong move. Ramses, a titan among men, was suddenly just a father, a man grappling with the ghosts of his own making. "I remember," he murmured again, as if caught in a reverie, "when I was young, I only wanted to be a man my father could be proud of." The vulnerability in his voice was like a knife, cutting through the tension, raw, unfiltered, and painfully human. And in that moment, I felt the fracture, the rippling tension that threatened to consume us all. The throne room echoed with the weight of ambition, love, and despair, a perfect storm brewing on the horizon. Would Seti's fiery ambition lead to glory, or would it burn everything he loved to ashes? Would Kinwasit's plea for wisdom bring salvation, or was it a naive dream in a world that demanded blood? I felt the chills of uncertainty creep up my spine as the shadows deepened, whispering of futures unwritten, of destinies awaiting their heirs. The faces of kings long gone flitted through the air, their eyes watching, judging, waiting for the moment when the fates would collide. The throne room pulsed with energy, a heartbeat waiting to burst, a moment suspended in time, each breath heavy with the weight of what was to come. And just then, as the winds of destiny howled through the corridors of power, the silence shattered, and the confrontation drew near. The stage was set, the players ready, an emotional climax that would resonate through generations, carving their names into the stone of history, forever entwined in the lineage of Ramses II, a legacy of love, ambition, and exquisitely haunting tragedy. The moon hung low, a silver dagger slashing through the suffocating darkness of the palace corridors. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, as the sound of hurried footsteps echoed like a war drum, relentless and throbbing. They were coming for her. My heart drummed a frantic rhythm, a hollow echo in the vast chamber where the weight of expectation pressed against my chest. The air was thick with urgency, a heady mix of fear and desperation. I remember the sharp glint in her dark eyes, the way she clutched the golden ankh pendant around her neck as if it were a lifebuoy in a stormy sea. Nefertari, my beloved, my queen, was a tempest wrapped in silk, a fierce spirit bound by the chains of political alliance. I could see her resolve wavering, the flickering candlelight casting shadows that danced like ghosts of our dreams. The walls whispered tales of loyalty twisted into a noose, marriages forged not in love but in the cold grasp of strategy. Ramses, she hissed, her voice a soft blade against the din of anxiety. What if this is the end? I needed to give her something, to hold on to believe in, yet I felt hollow, a king adorned in the trappings of power but stripped of true strength. My heart was a battleground, torn between duty and desire, between the love I felt for her and the pressing weight of my heritage. The alliances I must forge, the treaties I must honor. Each one a dagger aimed at our love, ready to plunge deep. Outside, the world teetered on the brink of chaos. The whispers of dissent grew louder, like the rustling of dry leaves before the storm. Each marriage I had entered into was a chess piece in a game orchestrated by fate, my union with the Hittite princess, a calculated move against the encroaching forces. How could I tell Nefertari that my heart was a battlefield, that I was both the warrior and the sacrifice? I remember when we laughed, I said, my voice a rasp of longing. When the world was just us, stealing moments under the stars. Her gaze softened, flickers of joy fighting against the shadows. Do you remember the time we danced in the moonlight? I could almost hear the echoes of our laughter, the way the night enveloped us, making us feel invincible. I thought we could conquer the universe, I whispered. But now, I was drowning in the weight of a crown that felt more like a noose. The door swung open, and my pulse quickened. A figure cloaked in darkness stepped forward, a messenger, perhaps, a harbinger of news that could shatter us. I felt a chill creep up my spine, an eerie silence settling like dust in the air. Your Highness, the figure bowed, voice trembling with the gravity of his message, the Hittites demand your presence. Nefertari's hand fell from her pendant, fingers curling into a fist. They come to take you, she breathed, the accusation hanging between us, thick like the weight of betrayal. No, I choked out, the protest rising from the depths of my chest. I will not be a pawn. But the truth lay bare, cruel and undeniable. To refuse was to invite war, to plunge our kingdom into chaos. My heart clenched as I caught the flicker of anger in her eyes, a storm brewing beneath the surface. You think I would chain you to a throne you despise? The words were sharp, a fierce wind that whipped through my defenses. I think you love me enough to understand, I countered, desperation clawing at my throat. This is not about us. It's about our people. It's about power, she spat, the word dripping with disdain. You wear it like a shroud, Ramses. You think it will protect you, but it will suffocate you. I opened my mouth to reply, to soothe the tempest of her heart, but the truth loomed like a spectre in the shadows. I was bound to the throne long before I drew my first breath. Each marriage, each alliance, a golden cage gilded with promises and sacrifices. Tell me, she urged, her voice trembling, if I were to vanish, would you still marry for power? Would you still wear a crown that bears the weight of my betrayal? The ghosts of my heart whispered their truths. I swallowed hard, a lump forming like stone. I would bring you back. Always. Her expression twisted, a beautiful agony that shattered my resolve. I reached out, fingers brushing against hers, a moment suspended, fragile as gossamer. Love is not enough, she whispered, tears glistening like diamonds in the dim light. It's a battlefield we cannot win. And in that moment, I felt the cosmos tilt, the very fabric of our existence unraveling. Every heartbeat became a thunderclap, a reminder of what we stood to lose. The shadows leered at us, painted with the hues of our impending doom. As the messenger stepped back, the weight of my choices bore down on me, each marriage a chain that bound me tighter to a destiny I never chose. I could feel Nefertari's spirit pulling away, the space between us filling with the echoes of unspoken words, the air thick with unshed tears. Ramses, she breathed, the weight of her voice carrying the gravity of our love, do not forget that even a king can bleed. And as I stepped into the world of my duties, the crushing silence enveloped us, a promise unfulfilled. Outside, the winds howled, carrying with them the whispers of those who conspired in the shadows, eager to see the king they loved turned against the heart that beat for him. In that heart-stopping moment, I was left with the haunting truth: marriages forged in the fires of politics are but fragile things, easily consumed by the flames of ambition. The night loomed ahead, full of uncertainty, waiting to swallow us whole. And so, I walked into the abyss, knowing that whatever lay ahead, love, loss, or betrayal, the echoes of Nefertari's laughter would forever haunt the corridors of my heart. The palace looms, an ancient fortress of stone and shadow, its walls echoing the whispers of countless women. The air is thick with tension, a tangible pulse that quickens with each heartbeat. In the dim light, the silhouette of Nefertari stands poised, her back straight, eyes blazing like twin stars against the encroaching darkness. She is the great royal wife, yet here, in her private chamber, surrounded by gilded opulence, she feels the weight of 1,000 expectations pressing down upon her. The walls seem to close in, a suffocating embrace, as if the very stones conspire to entrap her spirit. I remember the moment, a flicker of doubt crossing her face, like a shadow flitting across the moon. What if I am not enough? The question hangs heavy in the air, thick and suffocating. Ramses II, her husband, the pharaoh of pharaohs, the mighty ruler who commands legions, who carves his name upon the temples that will stand long after he turns to dust, is facing a crisis that threatens to shatter the fragile facade of their world. The whispers of rivals, the plotting of courtiers, the simmering unrest in the hearts of those who feel unseen, all of it converges in this single moment, a storm ready to break. Next to her, a young servant girl, Aset, nervously bites her lip, her eyes wide and fearful, filled with the unspoken burdens of a life spent in servitude. She watches Nefertari, her heart beating in time with the woman who embodies both grace and ferocity. Aset dreams of power, of stepping beyond the shadows of palace life, yet here she is, trapped beneath the weight of her station. "You are the sun, my lady," she whispers, her voice trembling. "Without you, the world is darkness." Nefertari's lips curl, a momentary flicker of warmth in the vast chill surrounding them. "And you, little one, will become the stars," she replies, though the words taste bitter on her tongue. How can she promise light when the sky above is shrouded in turmoil? Her heart aches for the dreams she dares not voice, for the freedom she has sacrificed, for the tears of the women who have come before her. Outside, the streets of Thebes pulse with life and despair. The bustling crowds are a cacophony of laughter and sorrow, but beneath the surface, a current of discontent brews. The men march with pride, their heads held high, while the women toil in silence, their hands calloused and weary. I can almost hear their unvoiced dreams swirling in the air like a tempest, yearning to break free. In a corner of the marketplace, a young wife, Kia, clutches her newborn, a fragile life swaddled in hope and fear. Her husband, a soldier, is away, fighting for a pharaoh who may or may not remember his name. What if he does not return? The thought echoes in her mind, a ghost that haunts her days and nights. She looks down at the child, her heart split between love and dread. "What kind of world is this?" she whispers, the question dissolving into the bustling noise around her, unheard and unanswered. In that very moment, the sun dips low, casting elongated shadows across the cobblestones, a haunting reminder of fleeting time. Kia cradles the baby closer, her thoughts a tumultuous sea of hope and despair. She remembers her mother, the way her laughter would fill their small home, echoing through the walls like a song. But she also remembers the silence that followed her father's departure, a silence that swallowed dreams whole. I will not let my child know this silence, she vows, her voice trembling with the weight of her promise. Meanwhile, Nefertari, feeling the tension in her bones, clutches the edge of the ornate table, her fingers trembling as she bites back uncertainty. I must be strong, she tells herself, though the words feel like shards of glass against her heart. Each day she dons her regal robes, each moment spent in the court, where men wield power like weapons, is a battle against her own fragility. She wants to shout, to demand respect, but instead, she smiles, her lips a thin line of defiance. I am not merely a wife, she murmurs, the thought an ember in the night. I am the queen. But what does it mean to be a queen in a world that sees her as a mere ornament? Fragments of her own past flicker through her mind, moments of laughter, of love, and of solitude that echo through her very being. She remembers the night she was named Great Royal Wife, the way she floated on a cloud of joy, unaware of the storms that would follow. It is my duty, she reminds herself, a mantra that rings hollow as the walls close in. And yet, amidst the turmoil, a flicker of rebellion ignites within her. A voice in her heart whispers that perhaps it is time to stand tall, to shatter the confinement of an ornate cage. I will not be silenced, she declares softly, the words a spark of fire in the gathering dusk. As night descends, the stars shimmer like distant memories, each one a testament to the dreams that women like Nefertari and Kia hold close, even when the world tries to snuff them out. In the shadows of the palace, in the corners of the marketplace, their hearts beat as one, a symphony of defiance and hope, a whisper that dances on the winds of fate, ever yearning to break free. The echoes of their struggles swirl around, intertwining with the ancient stones, the weight of history pressing down like a shroud. Each breath they take is a reminder that they are alive, that their stories matter, that they are more than the roles defined for them. And somewhere, in the heart of it all, the jarring truth remains. They are not just participants in the reign of Ramses II, they are the very heartbeat of a kingdom caught between power and vulnerability. And as the night stretches on, they whisper to the stars above, their voices a haunting melody of dreams yet to be realized, of battles yet to be fought. The sun is a fiery eye, glaring down on the bustling streets of Thebes, where the air is thick with the scent of sweat and the smoke of roasting meat. I remember the sound, the clamor of voices, the bleating of goats, and the rhythmic clanking of bronze tools against stone. The very ground trembles beneath the weight of expectations and the pulse of ancient rhythms. Today is not just any day, it is the day of the great festival, a celebration of life and death, where joy and despair dance hand in hand like lovers caught in a fleeting embrace. I watch as Anaya, my sister, weaves through the crowd, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall of ink down her back. There's a fire in her eyes, a restless spirit trapped in a world that demands obedience. I remember the way she looked at the statue of Atha, the goddess of love, her face illuminated by flickering torches, whispers of desire escaping her lips. She wants to break free, to taste the forbidden sweetness of freedom, but the chains of duty pull her back. She is caught in a web spun by mother, by the expectations that bind her to the house, to the loom, to a life that suffocates her like the summer heat. Then there's me, Kem, the one who finds solace in shadows. I'm the one who watches, who listens. I remember the way the sun slips beneath the horizon, painting the sky blood red. My heart races, thumping like an impatient drum in my chest. I harbor dreams of becoming a scribe, my fingers dancing across papyrus, crafting worlds with ink. But dreams are ghosts in a land where words are power, and power belongs to the pharaoh. The fear of failing to make my mark gnaws at me, a ravenous beast trapped in my gut. And then, there's Haru, our neighbor, a boy with a laugh that echoes like distant thunder. He plays the flute, the sound spiraling into the sky, threading through the cacophony of life. But beneath that laughter lies a darkness, a secret that clings to him like the dust on the streets. I remember the day he found me alone, his eyes wide with fear. They're planning something, he whispered, glancing over his shoulder as if the walls themselves had ears. I felt the chill of his words wrap around me, squeezing my heart, the weight of unspoken fears pressing down like an anvil. As the festival begins, drums thunder, and the air vibrates with energy. I watch as Anaya dances, her body moving like water, each sway echoing the pulse of the Nile. But beneath her joy, there's a flicker of dread, a shadow lurking at the edges of her smile. I can see it in the way her laughter falters when she catches sight of our mother, her eyes narrowing, a hawk ready to swoop down on its prey. The weight of expectation hovers over her like a storm cloud, threatening to pour down sorrow at any moment. And as the sun sets, the shadows lengthen, stretching out like fingers grasping for something lost. Haru's flute pierces the air, a haunting melody that wraps around us, pulling us into its embrace. I find myself lost in the music, the world fading away, the worries of the day dissolving into twilight. But then, a scream shatters the tranquility, a high, keening wail that cuts through the laughter like a blade. My heart stops, caught in the vice of dread. I remember the whispers that had danced through the market like restless spirits, rumors of the pharaoh's discontent, of the gods stirring in anger. The markets had been alive with the murmurs of rebellion, the flickering flames of discontent igniting in the hearts of the people. What if they come for us? Haru had asked, his voice trembling like the reeds by the river. I glance at Anaya, her laughter stolen, the light in her eyes extinguished. We must leave, I say, urgency clawing at my throat. We can't stay here when the world is unraveling around us. The festival unfolds, a tapestry of colors and sounds, but it feels like a funeral procession now. The vibrant hues of happiness bleed into shades of grey, and the haunting melodies morph into dirges. We weave through the crowd, our hearts pounding like war drums in our chests, fear wrapping around us. I can feel the warmth of Anaya's hand in mine, but it feels like a tether to a reality that is slipping away. We reach the edge of the city, the imposing walls of Thebes rising like a fortress against the encroaching darkness. I glance back, and the scene is surreal, a vast sea of humanity lost in oblivion, faces painted with joy that feels so fragile, so temporary. They bathed once a year. I remember joking to Anaya, so yeah, romance was earthy. But today, it's a joke that falls flat, a bitter reminder that life is often a cruel jest. And then we hear it, the distant rumble of thunder, but not from the heavens. No, this is the sound of marching feet, the clanging of iron, the rise of an army. The fear is palpable, a living thing that wraps around us, tightening its grip. They're coming. Haru gasps, and in that moment, our world tips on its axis, spiraling into chaos. I can't breathe. I can't think. The night is alive with the scent of impending doom, and every heartbeat echoes the call to action. Run! I scream, the word tearing from my throat like a wild animal desperate for escape. The festival is no longer a celebration, it is a battleground woven into the fabric of our lives. Anaya pulls me, her face a mask of determination and dread, her spirit battling against the chains that seek to bind her. I see the fear in her eyes, but I also see something else, defiance. We run, the city behind us fading into shadows, and with each step, the weight of our past, our traditions, our fears, begins to lift. But the echoes of laughter linger, the memories entwined with the dark laughter of the universe. This life, teetering on the edge of despair and hope, is a reflection of our existence, a fragile construct, beautiful yet eerie, laughter echoing in the abyss. And as the darkness swallows us, the feeling of being alive courses through me, raw and terrifying. I remember, every moment a heartbeat, every heartbeat a promise that tomorrow might break, or perhaps, just perhaps, it might shine. The world is shifting, and we are caught in its current, the river of lives flowing endlessly. And somewhere, amidst the chaos, the festival continues, an echoing memory of joy tinged with fear, the threads of our lives entwined in a tapestry of existence that refuses to unravel. The air was thick with the scent of burnt earth and desperation. A lone figure stood atop the crumbling stone wall, overlooking the town that once thrived with the clamor of bustling markets. Now, silence reigned, a heavy, dreadful silence broken only by the distant wail of a horn, a warning call echoing through the valley like the mournful cry of a forgotten ghost. I felt the pulse of the dying city, a rhythm that beat in time with my own anxious heart, each thud resonating with a deeper truth: our world was collapsing. I remember the first time I watched the traders roll in, their carts overflowing with silks and spices, each item a thread woven into the fabric of our lives. That vibrancy, that joy, felt like a promise. But now, the promise lay shattered, scattered like the shattered dreams on the ground beneath their feet, the once vibrant marketplace now a barren wasteland. I gripped the stone wall tighter, the rough edges biting into my palms, a reminder of the reality that clawed at me, relentless. Beside me stood Ilara, her eyes dark pools of despair. I could see the fear flickering in them, the way it danced like shadows cast by a dying fire. She had always been the dreamer, whispering visions of a brighter future, yet now, her voice trembled. They say trade routes are being cut off, that our lifeline is slipping away. Each word dripped with the weight of impending doom, a knife twisting in the gut of our hopes. I wanted to comfort her, to cradle her dreams in my hands, but I couldn't even save my own heart from the encroaching darkness. Across the square, a man named Dorian, once a powerful merchant with a booming laugh, now stood hunched over, his shoulders bowed under the weight of lost fortune. His eyes flickered with something dangerous, a mixture of anger and despair, as he raged against the specters of unfulfilled contracts and broken alliances. "They're taking everything from us," he roared, his voice a raw, visceral sound that hung in the heavy air like smoke from a dying fire. "We can't just let them." But who was them? In the chaos of our unraveling world, who could we even trust? I remember the moment Ilara and Dorian locked eyes, and in that brief connection, something ignited, a flicker of defiance that lit up the desolation surrounding us. "We won't go down without a fight," Ilara said, her voice steadying, a beacon in the storm. But there was a tremor beneath it, a crack in her armor. I wanted to tell her that hope was a cruel mistress, but the words lodged in my throat, too raw, too real. The streets echoed with whispers of betrayal, alliances shattered, trade routes severed. I could almost hear the echo of the past, like a ghostly refrain, weaving through the cobblestones and into the fibers of our existence. Every heartbeat echoed the question, what happens when the lifeblood of a city runs dry? The answer loomed over us like a dark cloud, threatening to unleash its fury. The sun began to dip below the horizon, casting elongated shadows that danced along the walls, twisting, curling, as if they were mocking our plight. I caught sight of the marketplace again, the stalls stripped bare, the once vibrant colors fading to ash. A memory tugged at my mind, a time when laughter and camaraderie spilled over the edges of our lives. I remember Ilara spinning tales of traders who crossed the seas, tales of adventure and fortune. Now, the sea felt like a chasm separating us from hope. "Dorian," I whispered, my voice barely audible, trembling beneath the weight of reality, "do you remember the old barter system? When trade was born out of trust, not greed." He turned to me, his eyes narrowing, as if the question had pierced through the fog of anger shrouding his thoughts. "Trust?" In this world, he spat, bitterness lacing each syllable. But I saw something shift in him, a longing for a time when the world felt less like a ticking clock counting down to our demise. I felt the tension crackle, an electric pulse that merged our hearts in a shared desperation. What if we could reclaim that? Ilara's voice rose, each word infused with a fierce determination that sent shivers down my spine. What if we could build something new, something that thrives on connection, not just commerce? Dorian laughed, a harsh sound that echoed through the emptiness. "And how do you intend to build that, Ilara? With dreams? With wishes?" But I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of a wild idea, a spark that refused to be extinguished. Night descended, wrapping the town in its velvet embrace, but inside us, a fire ignited. Hope. The word felt foreign yet achingly familiar, like a long-lost friend returning amidst chaos. I remember the darkness pressing around us, yet somehow, within that darkness, we found a small light, a stubborn glimmer that felt like rebellion. And so we stood together, three flawed souls bound by a shared crisis, a collective heartbeat against the silence of despair. In the shadows, I saw the faint outlines of the past, ghostly traders of old flickering in and out of existence, their cries of joy now mingling with the sounds of anguish. Dorian, Ilara, and I became entwined in an unspoken pact, our fates interlocked like twisted vines in an unforgiving storm. The weight of the moment settled over us like a shroud. We had no idea what lay ahead, but the fear of inaction gripped us tighter than the fear of failure. And then, as if orchestrated by fate itself, the silence shattered, a distant rumble echoed through the air, the sound of approaching carts, laden with goods and whispers of a new alliance. The tension in my chest tightened. Could it be a lifeline? Or merely another illusion? We stood on that precipice, poised between hope and despair, the world at our feet teetering on the brink of chaos. In that heartbeat, each breath felt like a promise, each exchange like a fragile thread binding us to the remnants of what we once were. I remember the resolve washing over us, an unyielding current pulling us toward an uncertain future. This was not the end, it was merely a beginning painted in shades of uncertainty and raw emotion. As we reached for the dawn together, the shadows of the past lingered, whispering secrets, urging us on. The story was far from over, the echoes of trade routes lingering like ghosts in the night, their fates intertwined with ours. And as the night deepened, so too did our determination to fight for a world reborn. The shattering of glass echoed through the cavernous halls of the gallery, a sound sharp enough to slice through the air thick with unspoken tension. I stood frozen, heart hammering against my ribs, as the shards glimmered like trapped stars on the polished floor. It was a moment suspended in time, where the world outside faded into nothingness, leaving only the raw pulse of creativity and despair intertwined. In that instant, I felt the weight of history pressing down on me, a silent audience to the chaos that had erupted in the name of art. Olivia, her hands trembling, stood in front of the shattered sculpture, a piece meant to evoke the fragility of life, now marred by a single, reckless act. She was an artist, a soul filled with passion, but haunted by an insatiable hunger for validation. "You don't understand," she whispered, her voice cracking like the porcelain around us. It was meant to be a reflection, a mirror. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, the sort that threatened to spill over and drown her in the weight of her own expectations. I remember watching her, the way her fingers grazed the edges of the broken statue, as if she could piece together the fragments of her own shattered dreams. The air was thick with the scent of paint and varnish, but beneath it lingered something darker, an urgency, a fear that time was slipping away, like sand through a clenched fist. I was there, not merely as an observer but as a participant in her turmoil, feeling the weight of her despair seep into my bones. Across the room, Luca leaned against the wall, arms crossed, his expression a mask of indifference. But I could see through him, through the layers of bravado he wore like armor. He was a critic, a man whose words could build or destroy, and he thrived in the shadows of doubt that clung to artists like Olivia. "You think breaking it was a statement?" he scoffed, his voice low and sarcastic, yet there was an undercurrent of something deeper, fear of being irrelevant in a world that revered perfection. The confrontation hung between them, thick and electric. I could feel the air crackling, charged with unspoken words, unfulfilled desires. The gallery, once a sanctuary for creativity, felt like a battleground where passion clashed with cynicism. "Art doesn't have to be perfect to mean something," Olivia shot back, the fire igniting in her chest. "It's the struggle, the beauty in the brokenness that speaks louder than any polished surface ever could." But Luca wasn't ready to hear her. He shifted his weight, the shadows of the room curling around him like whispers of doubt, taunting his every thought. I wondered if he remembered the moment when he fell in love with art or if it had slipped away, replaced by a relentless chase for accolades. "You're romanticizing failure, Olivia," he replied, his voice suddenly hollow. "What's left for us if we don't strive for greatness? Just a pile of shattered dreams." I felt my heart race, a battle waging within me. I wanted to scream at him, to tell him that greatness is born not from perfection but from the scars we bear, the vulnerability we expose. I wanted to remind him of the nights spent sketching under dim lights, the pulse of creativity thumping in sync with the rhythm of our lives. "It's not about the accolades," I finally said, my voice barely above a whisper. "It's about the connection, the essence of what we create." The room held its breath. Shadows deepened, and I caught a flicker of doubt cross Luca's face before he masked it with his usual bravado. Still, the air vibrated with the tension of unyielding dreams. I could feel the ghosts of artists past swirling around us, Van Gogh, Frida Kahlo, their spirits lingering, reminding us that every brushstroke carries the weight of emotion. It felt like a cosmic joke, the universe laughing at our feeble attempts to control what was inherently chaotic. And then, the silence shattered again. A soft sob escaped Olivia's lips, raw and unfiltered. "I'm tired of fighting," she admitted, the words spilling from her like paint from an overturned can. "Tired of trying to mold my art into something it's not." Can't you see? I want to create from the depths of my soul, even if it means stumbling into the darkness. Every word struck me like a wave crashing against the rocky shore, a reminder that art is often born from pain, a cathartic release that resonates with the human experience. We stood there, three souls caught in a tempest of emotions, a living tableau of every artist's conflict. The gallery walls seemed to close in, the weight of our fears pressing against us, suffocating yet liberating. It was the kind of moment that made you feel alive, like you were teetering on the edge of something profound, something that could change everything. I could taste the salt of Olivia's tears and the bitterness of regret on my tongue, a concoction that sent shivers down my spine. We're all broken in some way, I spoke softly, my voice trembling with the truth of it. But it's how we embrace that brokenness that makes us real, that makes our art resonate. In the flickering fluorescent lights, I thought I saw a flicker of understanding pass between them, a fragile bridge forming amid the chaos. They were artists, yes, but also human, grappling with their insecurities, their aspirations. The gallery became a sanctuary once more, holding our fears and hopes like sacred relics. As the shadows danced around us, time felt infinite yet fleeting. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, each heartbeat a reminder of the urgency we all felt, a call to create, to express, to connect. In that moment, the world outside faded into the background, leaving only the three of us, bound together by our struggles and desires, each longing for validation in a society that often demanded perfection. And just like that, the air grew heavy with anticipation, a promise hanging in the silence as we faced the reality of our intertwined fates. The confrontation was not over, it was merely a step into the deeper abyss of our souls. With every breath, I felt the pulse of the universe around us, echoing the unyielding call of creativity and the relentless pursuit of meaning. In that sacred space, we stood on the precipice of something extraordinary, the shadows whispering secrets of a new beginning, a cultural renaissance waiting just beyond reach. The night was thick with tension, a dense fog curling around the sharp edges of the world. In the distance, the heartbeat of the empire thrummed like a war drum, a call to arms reverberating through the air. Hushed whispers floated in the shadows, merging with the scent of wet earth and the metallic tang of fear that clung to the soldiers like a second skin. There, in the flickering torchlight, stood Kai, his hands trembling as he gripped the hilt of his sword. A soldier, a warrior, yet tonight, he felt like a child playing dress-up in a world far too vast and cruel for his fragile heart. "Are you ready?" hissed Mere, her voice sharp as the crescent moon hanging low, casting ghostly shadows across the encampment. A strategist, fierce and unyielding, she had a mind like a sharpened blade, always calculating, always watching. But in her eyes, a flicker of doubt lingered, an ember threatening to ignite. She had known victory, but also the endless echoes of defeat. "We must act swiftly." "Ready." Kai's voice was barely a whisper, lost in the din of clanging armor and muffled prayers. "I remember the faces of those we lost. I remember the weight of their memories pressed down, a relentless tide threatening to drown him. Every heartbeat was an echo of the fallen, reverberating through the marrow of his bones. "Let them be our fire," Mere urged, her gaze fierce, but a haunted look flickered in her eyes. They were all ghosts, weren't they? Caught in a web of duty and sacrifice. She had lost brothers, comrades, every victory was smeared with the blood of friends. Without the memories, what do we fight for? The ancient sand beneath their feet seemed to mourn, shifting with the stories of fallen warriors, the very ground a graveyard of dreams lost to the battlefield. The air was alive, crackling with anticipation. The vastness of the night sky felt oppressive, each star a distant reminder of dreams yet unfulfilled. And then there was Amun, the third in their trio, a child of war and chaos. His laughter had once danced through the ranks, a balm to the wounds of countless campaigns. Now, it was a ghost of its former self, shadowed by the weight of expectations. "What's the worst that could happen?" he grinned, but even he could hear the tremor in his own voice. "Death? Fat. I'd rather die with a sword in my hand than a spoon in my mouth." His bravado was a mask, a fragile facade that cracked with every whispered promise of glory. He had watched his brothers fall, one by one, their bodies swallowed by the earth, by the very gods they worshipped. The specter of loss clung to him, wrapping around his heart like a serpent. I remember, he swallowed hard, the past flooding him with its relentless tide. The fear was always worse than the fight. They stood poised on the precipice of despair and courage, the military structure of Ramses II's empire looming behind them, a behemoth of iron and blood. The phalanx of warriors, their faces etched in determination, formed a wall of resolve. Each soldier knew the stakes. Loyalty was a coin that could buy life or death, twisted in the hands of fate. They were not just fighters, they were sacrifices on the altar of ambition, pawns in a game played for the glory of a god-king. Think of the glory. Think of the songs they'll sing, Mere urged, her voice rising with the fervor of a religious zealot. But glory felt distant, like a mirage shimmering over scorching sands. Kai looked into her eyes, seeing not just a leader but a woman suffocating under the weight of her choices. "What's the cost of glory?" he whispered. The question hung in the air, heavy with unspoken truths. In the moments before battle, they were all philosophers, grappling with the absurdity of existence. Would the gods smile upon them, or would they weep for the bloodshed? The stars above blinked in silence, indifferent to the squabble of mortals below. A low rumble of thunder echoed from the horizon, a warning as dark clouds gathered, swallowing the moonlight. Within moments, the storm would break. Kai closed his eyes, channeling the memories of those who had fought and fallen. "I remember when we thought war was a game," he murmured, the irony choking him. The thrill of it, the words fell from his lips like ash, heavy with regret. They had bathed in the blood of their enemies, but now, it felt like a curse, each drop a reminder of their shared humanity. The tension coiled tighter, a noose around their throats as they braced for the chaos that would soon erupt. Mary's hand found Kai's shoulder, grounding him, a tether in the storm. "We will fight for them. We will be their voices," she vowed, but her resolve was laced with fear, a tremor that betrayed her. The shadows around them thickened, teasing at the edges of their sanity. The night grew colder, an omen of what was to come. The ground shook, the empire rising behind them, a fortress of soldiers, weapons glinting like teeth waiting to bite. The weight of responsibility bore down on Kai, his heart a drum echoing the call to arms. For honor, for memory, he breathed, and the words spun into the air, a spell that would either save or doom them. Amun tightened his grip on his sword, his laughter now a fragile thread, hanging in the balance between bravery and despair. "Let's give them a story worth telling, yeah." But every word felt like a lie, a desperate grasp at hope. They were all ghosts here, haunted by the past, and the future loomed ahead like a dark abyss. In that moment, everything converged, their fears, their hopes, their pain. They were bound together not just by duty but by the haunting specter of loss, the promise of glory interwoven with the inevitability of death. The air crackled with unspoken prayers, and as the storm broke overhead, the world around them faded into darkness, a vortex spiraling toward the unknown. The time had come. The silence shattered, replaced by the roar of battle cries that echoed like a funeral dirge beneath the blood-red sky. They charged forward, hearts pounding, a heartbeat of an empire caught in the throes of history, the military structure of Ramses II's empire rising and falling like the tides of fate. The night swallowed them whole, but their spirits surged forward, united, and forever shrouded in the shadows of what was, what is, and what could never be. The desert sun hung like a molten coin in the sky, boiling the air into a haze that danced with the specters of the past. I remember the cries. The sharp, desperate wails that pierced the stillness, as if the winds themselves were mourning the fallen. The battlefield stretched endlessly, a canvas painted with the blood of the brave, the good, and the damned. Bodies lay contorted, frozen in their final moments, and the scent of iron and dust mingled, an olfactory reminder of the price of glory. Keen Warsit stood at the edge of the fray, his heart a drum in his chest, thrumming, pounding, screaming. He was but a boy, barely of age, with dreams wrapped in the desperate hope of honor. His father, the great Ramses II, loomed in his mind like a titan. The man carved from stone, a demigod of war, his victories echoing like thunder through the annals of history. "Make me proud," Ramses had said, eyes like dark pools of destiny. But what did pride mean when staring into the abyss of chaos? Sudden silence enveloped him, a vacuum where dread coiled around his throat like a serpent. He could see the enemy's banners flapping in the wind, a savage promise of bloodshed. It was a clash of wills, a test of legends, and every heartbeat brought him closer to the madness, closer to the legacy of a father he both revered and feared. Kinwasit gripped his spear, the wood rough against his palm, grounding him in this unforgiving reality. And then there was Tia, a fierce warrior with a heart that burned brighter than the sun. Her dark hair whipped around her face like a storm, and her gaze was a thing of ferocity and fire. They had shared laughter under the stars, stolen moments that felt like eternity. Yet here, in the shattering chaos, she was a blade, a weapon of vengeance fueled by memories of lost kin, a heart that had been shattered before this day. "Fight for us," she had yelled at him once, fervor painting her words with urgency. But would he? Would he ever be enough? The clash of metal, the screams of men, it was a cacophony that echoed through Kinwasit's mind, drowning out thoughts of Tia, of glory, of anything beyond surviving this storm. He remembered his father's teachings, strategy, precision, the delicate dance of warfare. Ramses had spoken of the heart as a compass for the soul in battle. "Aim true, and let the heavens guide your hand," he would say, a sage amidst the carnage. But here, in this maelstrom, all that was left was instinct and raw, unbridled fear. The first charge came, a wave of bodies crashing against them like a tide of fury, and time fractured. Kinwasit moved almost without thought, a marionette pulled by unseen strings, every action a tribute to the lessons learned in the shadow of his father. He lunged, thrust, and dodged, blood spraying like dark petals in bloom. The taste of iron filled his mouth, sweet and metallic, as he fought not just for the living, but for the ghosts of those who had come before him. He felt the weight of expectation pressing down, not just his own, but Ramses's, the weight of a legacy that threatened to crush him. Tia fought beside him, an extension of his will. Her movements were poetry, each strike a testament to her unyielding spirit. They were a storm together, and in those brief moments, he saw not just a warrior, but the girl who had once laughed beneath the stars, the girl who had dared him to dream. Together, she shouted, her voice slicing through the din, igniting a fire within him. For her, for the memories that haunted the night, he pressed forward, pushing through the fear that clawed at him like an unrelenting shadow. But then, a cry. A moment that would etch itself into the fabric of his being. Tia fell, a spear piercing the fabric of their world, her eyes wide with disbelief. In that instant, time stood still, and the world spun madly on, leaving Kinwasit in its merciless wake. He screamed her name, a raw sound that echoed like a shattered promise, a desperate plea swallowed by the chaos. Everything around him faded, the battle reduced to a blur of color and noise, and all he could see was her. He fought, not with strategy but with the raging heart of a tempest. He became a whirlwind of fury, channeling the pain into every strike. Blood and sweat mixed on his brow, but nothing mattered anymore except avenging her, reclaiming the shattered pieces of his heart. The echoes of Ramses's voice faded into the background, replaced by the primal roar of vengeance. The battle raged on, and Kinwasit knew he was standing on the precipice of something vast and terrifying. He was no longer just a boy, he was a vessel of grief and rage. Each enemy he felled whispered a name that would always haunt him, a name that would twist in his gut like a dagger. Tia. In the chaos, he caught a glimpse of Ramses across the field, a towering figure amidst the carnage, a king turning the tide with his very presence. The legacy of military tactics flowed through him like blood, the genius of formations, the calculated ambushes, the uncanny understanding of the battlefield. But Kinwasit felt the weight of that legacy like a noose around his neck. There was no glory here, only loss, only grief. And as the sun began to sink below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of despair, Kinwasit understood that military prowess was more than just the clash of swords or the brilliance of strategy. It was the heart and soul of those who fought, the memories that lingered like ghosts in the shadows. He would carry Tia with him, a haunting melody of laughter silenced too soon, her spirit intertwining with his own. They would fade into the twilight together, two souls forever marked by the legacy of a king. And as the stars blinked awake in the darkening sky, he knew the fight was far from over. The world was vast, and his father's shadow loomed large, but within him burned a storm, a promise suspended in time, waiting for the moment to rise again. The battlefield was silent now, but the echoes of their struggles would resonate in eternity. The clock of history ticked onward, and Keen Warsit stepped forward, not just as the son of Ramses, but as a warrior forged in the fires of love and loss, ready to carve his own legacy amidst the stars. The sirens wailed like banshees in the night, tearing through the silence, raking at the nerves of the city. I stood in the shadow of a crumbling overpass, the concrete festering with graffiti, each scrawl a cry for help, a testament to desperation. A rush of bodies pressed past me, faces masked with fear and fury, eyes wide as moonlit pools, reflecting not just the chaos of the moment, but the haunting memories of what had come before. I remember the first time I saw the propaganda posters plastered on every corner, their vibrant colors a stark contrast against the grey drudgery of the world. Unity is strength, they proclaimed, the words blaring like a battle cry. But for whom? The lines blurred, and in that moment, all I could feel was the tremor of my own heart as it echoed questions that begged for answers. Kara was beside me, her breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. A journalist, she wore her passion like armor, but even the strongest plates can crack. Her fingers trembled as she clutched her camera, that sacred device, now a weapon against the tide of falsehood swirling around us. "We have to document this," she gasped, urgency lacing her voice. I could see it, the determination flickering in her eyes, yet the shadows of doubt loomed, whispering that truth was a fragile thing, easily shattered. And then there was Theo, a politician with silver hair and a silver tongue, standing against the wall of a nearby building, slick and polished like the very lies he peddled. I could almost see the gears turning in his mind, a puppet master pulling the strings of fate with smooth, practiced motions. He believed in his own narrative, the one where he was the savior of the people, but I could feel the jagged edges of his desperation. The mounting pressure of expectations weighed heavy on his shoulders, and behind the glossy facade, I saw the flicker of fear. He was a ghost in his own life, haunted by choices that promised power but delivered only isolation. "Look!" Kara shouted, pointing toward a group of protesters marching down the street, their chants rising like smoke in the air. "They're finally awake." But I could feel the undercurrent of unease, a tension that twisted in my gut. The truth was buried beneath layers of deceit, and the very tools meant to unite us were being wielded to divide. I remembered the stories, the way history twisted itself like a serpent, curling around reality until no one could tell where truth ended and fiction began. The atmosphere thickened, a palpable weight that stung the lungs. I could see Theo's smile falter as the protesters drew closer, his carefully crafted narrative slipping, unraveling like a frayed thread. He spoke, voice booming, but the words felt like daggers in the air. "We stand together. We are the future." The crowd roared back, but in their rage, I glimpsed the abyss, a chasm of betrayal and fear that lay just beneath the surface. The conflict spiraled, a maelstrom of emotion that pulled us deeper. I felt the anger of the masses, a tide of raw energy crashing against the fortified walls of power. Protest signs rose like sentinels, each word a testament to the pain of those who had suffered in silence for far too long. I could almost taste their bitterness on my tongue, a metallic tang that lingered, beckoning me closer to the truth. Kara was snapping photos, each click a pulse of defiance. "This is the moment, the turning point," she breathed, but I could see the trembling in her hands. Each frame she captured felt like a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters, but what would it save? What if the truth turned against us, a double-edged sword? I remembered the night spent poring over her articles, words that could ignite hope or despair, and the weight of responsibility bore down on both of us. And then it happened. A loud crack like thunder split the air, and chaos erupted. Someone threw a rock, the crowd surged. A new wave of fear washed over us, an instinct kicked in. I grabbed Kara's arm, pulling her close as the riot-shielded police advanced, batons raised like ominous harbingers of the night. I could feel her heart pounding against my wrist, a rhythm of chaos that matched the world around us. In the midst of the turmoil, Theo's voice rang out again, but this time it was not the confident declaration of a leader. It was a plea, a desperate attempt to regain control. "Stop! We mustn't turn on each other." But the crowd had slipped beyond the tether of reason, fueled by a cocktail of anger and disillusionment, and I felt the weight of his desperation through the air, sharp and bitter. Kara turned to me, eyes wide with fear, but behind that fear was something else, a flicker of resolve. "We can't let them twist this," she said, her voice steadying. "We need to show them the truth." I felt the spark ignite in my chest, a fierce loyalty to this moment, to the possibility of change. But change came at a price, and I could feel the tension in the air, a tightrope stretched thin above an abyss of uncertainty. As the chaos unfolded, time felt fragmented, each second a jewel reflecting the myriad emotions around us. I could see the faces, the anguish, the fighting spirit, and I was reminded of the shadows lurking in the corners of our lives, waiting to consume the light. I grasped for hope, but hope felt slippery, a fleeting ghost. Kara raised her camera, capturing the rawness, and in that instant, I saw the truth laid bare, a mirror reflecting not just the world outside, but the one within. It was a moment frozen in time, a heartbeat that echoed with the promise of something greater. But promises can be broken, and I could feel the weight of the world pressing down on us. I turned to Theo, seeking something in his eyes, but what I found was a storm, a tempest of emotions that churned beneath the surface. He was losing himself in the very game he had sought to master, and the realization settled like a stone in my gut. Power was a potent poison, and hope hung by a thread, fraying with each passing moment. We stood there, three souls intertwined in the chaos, a journalist chasing the truth, a politician clutching at power, and a witness caught in the tide of history. Each heartbeat drummed with urgency, and I knew that whatever happened next would ripple through the fabric of our lives, creating waves that would never truly settle. And then, in the heart of the storm, I felt time stop, the moment stretching infinitely before us, heavy with the weight of choices yet to be made. Shadows danced in the corners of my vision, a reminder that the story was far from over. The truth was not just to be captured, but to be lived, to be fought for, even amidst the rising tide of chaos. In that heartbeat, we became more than mere players in a game of power. We became vessels for a truth that demanded to be told, caught somewhere between the propaganda that sought to bind us and the raw humanity that yearned for connection. And I knew, in the marrow of my bones, that the echoes of this night would ripple through time, a haunting reminder of what it meant to stand, to fight, to seek the light in a world shadowed by fear. And so, as the darkness loomed, we stood, fierce, defiant, and unbearably alive. The city was a symphony of chaos, a cacophony of shouting voices, rattling sabers, and the relentless tick of time. I stood on the cobblestone street, breathless, my heart pounding like a war drum. Around me, shadows twisted and danced, flickering in the dim light of lanterns swaying in the wind. They whispered secrets only the night could hold. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on me, the air thick with the scent of sweat, fear, and something darker, betrayal. "Change is coming," a voice shouted, its fervor slicing through the air like a knife, igniting the crowd. My eyes darted toward the speaker, a woman, fierce and wild, her hair a tempest, her eyes two burning coals. Elena, a beacon of hope in a sea of despair. She was the kind of leader who could make dreams feel tangible, even when the night was at its darkest. But hope is a fragile thing, like a moth flitting near a flame, and the flames were licking higher now, threatening to engulf us all. I remember the moment everything shifted. The governor's palace loomed behind her, a fortress of stone and power. Its walls, once a symbol of stability, now felt like a cage. The reforms she spoke of held the promise of liberation, but the air crackled with uncertainty. I could see it in the faces of those around me, the worry etched into their skin, the doubt pooling in their eyes. Would she be the savior we needed, or would she lead us to ruin? Beside me, Marcus shifted uneasily. His brow furrowed, a storm brewing behind his own emerald gaze. He was a man torn, caught between loyalty to a crumbling system and the intoxicating allure of revolution. "Change is dangerous," he muttered, almost to himself, his voice a mere whisper against the growing uproar. I could feel his turmoil like a static charge in the air, his heart wrestling with the weight of his conscience. He was flawed, like all of us, his heart was both a weapon and a shield, and I had seen him wield them both with equal fervor. "Are you with us or against us, Marcus?" I pressed, the urgency clawing at my throat. His gaze flickered to me, a silent battle raging behind his eyes. "You can't be neutral. Not now." And then, like a crack of thunder, the sound of boots marching, solid, unyielding. The guards arrived, a wall of steel and authority. The air thickened with tension, and I could feel the collective breath of the crowd hitching, a living thing. Men and women pressed closer, shoulders brushing, hearts racing as one. The stakes were impossibly high, and the moment hung heavy, filled with the scent of sweat and the bitter taste of fear. "Elena," a voice cried out, trembling yet filled with an undercurrent of defiance. "What will you do?" The question hung in the air like a dare, a challenge. The crowd murmured, anticipation crackling like electricity. I could feel the pulse of humanity, the raw need for change, thrumming through my veins. "Not just for us," Elena shouted, her voice rising above the tumult, fierce and unwavering. "For those who came before and those who will come after." Her words ignited something in me, something primal. I remembered my father's stories, the tales of rebellion, of the fallen and the forgotten. But those tales were laced with bitterness. He had been burned by hope too many times. "We must tear down the old and rebuild," she proclaimed, her passion weaving through the crowd like a flame spreading across dry grass. But then a shadow flickered across her face, doubt, perhaps? I couldn't tell. I could feel the tremor in the ground beneath us, a reminder that all great change has its costs. I remember the stories of those who dared to dream big, only to have their dreams crushed underfoot by the very demons they sought to defeat. Time held its breath. The pulse of the city vibrated in my ears, an unyielding reminder of the war being waged not just against the oppressors, but within ourselves. I saw Marcus' jaw tighten, his decision lingering like a ghost. I wanted to reach out, to grab him by the shoulders and shake some sense into him, but I was rooted to the spot, my own fears gripping me like chains. The guards moved in closer, their visors reflecting the dim light like the eyes of predators. "Disperse," their leader barked, a command laced with arrogance and authority. But the crowd held its ground. We stood together, an unbreakable force, defiance burning fiercely in our chests. "Tonight," Elena's voice rose above the noise, "we hold our ground. We demand change." Her words electrified the air, igniting a rebellion that swelled like an unstoppable tide. My heart raced, but uncertainty gnawed at my gut. Would we emerge from this night as heroes or martyrs? And then Marcus stepped forward. I felt the world lurch, a sudden shift in the atmosphere. I can't do this," he stammered, his voice cracking. The weight of his internal conflict hung heavy in the space between us, a palpable tension that threatened to suffocate. "I can't betray my people." A gasp rippled through the crowd, a collective intake of breath as if the city itself held its heart in suspense. I wanted to scream, to shake him out of his fear. But what about those who suffer under this regime? What about the future? I pleaded, desperation creeping into my voice. Yet, as the guards advanced, I felt my own resolve waning, the cracks in my own heart widening. It wasn't just Marcus who stood at a crossroads, we all did. Shadows danced in the corners of my mind, whispering doubts, echoing failures. What if this was just another empty promise? Another cycle of hope followed by despair? But then Elena caught my gaze, her fierce spirit sparking something deep within me. She was a flame, and I was drawn to her light. "Together, we can change everything," she insisted, conviction ringing in each word. And in that moment, surrounded by the cacophony of fear, hope, and uncertainty, I realized this was not just about governance or administration, it was about us, our humanity intertwined like vines. "Together," I whispered, almost to myself, feeling the weight of possibility settle over us like a shroud. The night stretched on, heavy with tension and anticipation, and our fates hung in the balance, swirling like smoke in the air. The guards moved in, and the storm broke. Laughter, screams, and cries for justice filled the air. I could feel the heartbeat of a revolution rising, the pulse of life clashing against the cold indifference of power. The darkness roared, and we were caught in its maw, but we would not be silenced. Not tonight. And as the city held its breath, I knew this was only the beginning. The clock was ticking, the shadows were lengthening, and the echoes of our choices would ripple out into the cosmos. Change was coming, and it would consume us whole or set us free. The sun hung low in the sky, bleeding shadows across the encampment like a restless spirit, as the air crackled with a tension so thick it could be sliced with a knife. I remember the scent of sweat mingled with the acrid bite of burning wood, the sweat-soaked tunics of soldiers crumpling under the weight of anticipation. I remember how the drums of war thudded in my chest, a primal rhythm echoing through the bone and marrow, urging us to abandon reason and embrace the chaos that lay ahead. Ramses stood before us, a hulking figure silhouetted against the dying light, his golden armor glinting ominously. His eyes, fiery, resolute, burned with a fervor that threatened to consume him. "Tonight," he declared, voice like thunder, "we shall show the Nubians the might of Pharaoh." A cheer erupted, raw and visceral, a sound that felt as alive as the very ground beneath us. Yet, beneath that cheer, a whisper crawled through the ranks, a silent dread, a gnawing fear of the unknown. Then there was Aset, the archer, my heart twisted for her. Slender, agile, a force intertwined with shadows, she had often joked that her bowstring sang better than the finest lute. But tonight, that melody was drowned out by her silence. I caught her gaze scanning the tree line, the shadows of the trees thickening like a gathering storm. Her heart beat a frantic rhythm, mirroring the tension in the air. I could see it in her eyes. She was haunted by memories of blood-soaked battles, of arrows that found their mark too late, of friends lost to the unforgiving desert. "Are you afraid?" I had asked her once, as the stars flickered above like distant promises, their light barely touching the dark corners of our souls. "Fear is just a shadow," she had replied, lips curling in a half-smile, but the tremor in her voice betrayed her. "It's what you do with it that counts." I had wanted to believe her, but as the sun sank deeper, that very fear began to suffocate me, wrapping around my throat like a noose. And then there was Nebat, a warrior forged from the fires of loss. His brother had fallen in a skirmish that felt as distant as the stars themselves. The weight of grief had turned his heart into a stone, heavy and unyielding. His gaze was fixed on Ramses, the firelight dancing in his troubled eyes. "Will we avenge him?" he whispered, as if the very act of saying it could conjure his brother back from the abyss. The words hung in the air, a haunting echo of resolve and despair. As we moved toward the Nubian border, the terrain shifted beneath our feet, rocks scraping against flesh, the sand swallowing our cries. Each step felt like a march toward an unbearable destiny. I remember the darkness creeping in around us, unyielding and oppressive, as the stars blinked down like indifferent observers. "Are we warriors or ghosts?" Aset asked, her voice a fragile thread in the night. "What does it mean to fight if you've already lost everything?" I wanted to reach out, to pull her back from the edge of that chasm, but I felt it too, the creeping realization that we were not the hunters, we were the hunted. Then, in a heartbeat, the world exploded. A guttural roar shattered the stillness as the Nubian struck, a tide of bodies swarming like a storm breaking over the horizon. The air filled with the clash of metal and the cries of men, a cacophony that rattled my bones. I watched in horror as Nebat surged forward, his grief morphing into rage, each swing of his sword fueled by the memory of his brother. I could see the wildness in his eyes, a darkness that threatened to consume him as he carved through the enemy with a ferocity that was at once terrifying and awe-inspiring. Ramses was everywhere, a whirlwind of power and precision, yet I glimpsed something in his eyes, not just the fervor of a leader but a flicker of doubt, a momentary crack in the armor of the god-king. He swung his sword, cleaving through flesh, and I realized that even the mightiest can feel fear gnawing at their heels. Aset, with her bow drawn tight, let arrows fly as if each was a prayer. I watched her, rooted to the spot, a part of me wanting to scream for her to run, to save herself from the madness that enveloped us. But she fought, determination etched into every line of her face, an angel amidst the storm, 1 moment, 2, 3, lost in the fray of it all. And then, as violence raged around me, a stillness stole into my heart. Time slowed, I was trapped in a moment that felt infinite. Nebat fell, a warrior struck down in the prime of his rage, collapsing like a puppet with severed strings. I saw it unfold, the world narrowing to that single point, the madness, the cries, the blood. "No!" I screamed, and the sound was a roar, primal roar that clawed its way from my throat. I pushed forward, tears and sweat mingling on my brow, the taste of iron as palpable as the dread that gnawed at my insides. But nothing mattered, nothing could bring Nebat back. Aset's voice rang out, sharp and clear, slicing through the chaos. "We fight for him. For every fallen brother and sister. Her words were imbued with a fire that lit the shadows of my heart. And even as the weight of loss threatened to crush us, I understood, this battle was not merely for land or power, it was an echo of every soul we had lost, a desperate grasp at meaning. But the shadows thickened. The Nubians surged, and we were caught in their tide, lost in the storm of violence, the drumbeat of war pounding in our ears. Would we be swallowed whole, or would we rise from the ashes, ghosts of our former selves? The night closed in around us, and as the moon cast its pale light, I felt the pulse of destiny thrumming through me, a wild, chaotic energy that could lead us to glory, or to ruin. Each moment stretched into eternity, each heartbeat a reminder of our fragility. And in the midst of the storm, all I could think was how impossibly alive we were, tangled in the web of fate, standing on the edge of oblivion, waiting for dawn. The moon hung low, a sickle cutting through the inky blackness, casting a pale light over the city. Shadows danced on the cobblestones, whispering secrets of lost souls. It was in the heart of the night, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and incense, where the crisis rippled like a stone tossed into a still pond. I stood there, breath hitching, feeling the weight of 1,000 prayers pressing against my chest. Osiris, the god of the afterlife, was watching. I could feel his gaze like a cold finger tracing the nape of my neck, sending shivers down my spine. His cult, once a beacon of hope, had become twisted, tainted by the very followers who sought his favor. I could hear their chants, deep, guttural sounds that clawed at the edges of my sanity. Osiris! Osiris! They cried, but it was a desperate wail, a cry that spoke of fear rather than faith. Beside me stood Myra, her eyes wide with terror. She was a priestess, once revered, now doubted. "They'll kill us," she whispered, her voice barely rising above the wind that howled like a restless spirit. Her hands trembled, palms slick against the cool stone of the temple. I remembered when she laughed, a sound so full of light, it could brighten the darkest tomb. Now, that laughter was a ghost, haunting the recesses of her heart. "We have to do something," she urged, desperation etching lines into her youthful face. "What can we do?" I countered, feeling the bitterness seep into my words like poison. The reforms promised by the high priests had turned the sacred into the profane. They twisted the words of Osiris until they bore no resemblance to the truth, leaving behind a hollow shell, a mere echo of faith. I felt the weight of the injustice crushing me, pushing me deeper into the shadows. "They've betrayed us, Myra!" A scream shattered the night, sharp and piercing, like glass breaking against stone. It was a cry for mercy, a sound that sent a chill crawling up my spine. From the temple, figures emerged, cloaked in darkness, their intentions as obscured as their faces. The cult had turned into something monstrous, a beast that fed on fear and despair. They were hunting for dissenters, for those like Myra and me, who dared to question the twisted path. I grabbed Myra's wrist, pulling her into the recess of the temple, the cool stone cold against my back. "We can't be caught," I hissed, my heart racing. With every heartbeat, I could feel the pulse of the city, thrumming with tension. "We need to find the truth. We need to find Osiris. The real Osiris." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, reflecting the flickering flame of the torches outside, their light tainted with shadows. "But how? They've turned everything inside out. Osiris is dead to them." The words hit me like a slap, a brutal reminder of the reality we faced. The cult had twisted his teachings, shrouded them in fear, and I could see the echoes of love and devotion rotting under the weight of their greed. "No," I breathed, clenching my fists. "He's not dead. He can't be." I remembered the stories, the rituals, the sacred rites that promised renewal, that whispered of rebirth. Osiris, the god who triumphed over death, who offered solace in the afterlife. We needed to reach the hidden chamber, the place where his essence lingered, where the true followers still whispered his name with reverence, not fear. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a figure stepped in, silhouetted against the light of the torches outside. It was Enoch, the high priest, his presence commanding yet suffocating. I felt a swell of anger rise within me, a primal urge to confront him. "You've twisted the words of Osiris. You've turned his teachings into a weapon." He looked at us, eyes narrow and calculating, a predator toying with its prey. "You are fools," he spat, his tone dripping with disdain. "You think you can understand the pathways of the divine? The cult is stronger than you know. You will be crushed under its weight." Myra gasped, but I held my ground. "We won't be silenced. Osiris deserves better than this." My voice, raw and defiant, pierced the thick air. I felt a surge of adrenaline, the fight igniting a flame in my chest. Enoch stepped forward, and I could see the malice curling at the corners of his lips. "You follow a ghost, a myth." He laughed then, a sound that chilled me to the bone. "Let me show you what happens to those who dare cross the cult of Osiris." With a flick of his wrist, he summoned his followers. Shadows emerged, faces obscured, but their intent was clear. They moved with a purpose, surrounding us, closing in like the grip of a vice. My heart thundered in my chest, a wild animal desperate to escape. I could feel Myra's fear radiating beside me, a palpable energy that threatened to consume us both. "Run!" I screamed, the word ripping from my throat as I yanked her away. We darted through the temple's winding halls, the scent of sandalwood and fear mingling, suffocating. Time twisted around us, seconds stretching into eternity, each heartbeat echoing like a drum in the deafening silence. We fled into the night, the moon our only witness, the stars our only hope. But behind us, the cult pursued relentlessly, their chants rising like a storm, a cacophony of despair that reverberated through the darkened streets. "Osiris! Osiris!" they cried, but the name held no solace, only a bitter reminder of what had been lost. I could feel the weight of their malice, thick as fog, clawing at my back. "We can't stop!" Myra gasped, breathless beside me. Her strength faltered, and I felt the pull of despair threatening to drag us both down. "We have to find him. We have to find the truth." But what was truth? In a world twisted by fear, where faith had become a weapon, the line between salvation and damnation blurred. I felt the shadows closing in, their whispers mocking, taunting. "Run, little mice! Run!" The night stretched on, an abyss of uncertainty, but somewhere, deep within, I felt a flicker of hope, a belief that if we could find the heart of Osiris, if we could rekindle the light he once brought, everything could change. As we raced through the labyrinth of the city, I clung desperately to that thought, a fragile thread in the dark. In this chaos, it was all we had. I remembered the stories of resurrection, the promise of new life. We were not just running from the cult, we were chasing the pulse of something greater. We were searching for a way to break the chains that bound us, to bring forth the light of Osiris once more. And as the night deepened around us, I knew this was only the beginning, a chapter unwritten, a saga of faith and rebellion that had yet to unfold. Each heartbeat echoed with the promise of hope, a relentless rhythm that urged us on, deeper into the night. The flickering candlelight danced on the parchment, illuminating the dark ink that twisted and turned like a serpent, coiling into words that could either save a life or condemn a soul. I could smell the smoke, sharp and acrid, mingling with the rich scent of ink and parchment, the heady perfume of urgency, desire, and despair. Outside, the gnawing wind howled like a lost child, its voice carrying the weight of every unfulfilled dream and every secret that was too dangerous to share. I remember the moment when Eloan, a mere girl with the heart of a lion, stood at the threshold of the scriptorium. Her hands trembled, ink staining her fingertips as if she had dipped them into the very essence of fate. She was terrified, yes, but so fiercely determined that it ignited something deep within me. I watched her eyes, wide and glassy, searching for the words that would change everything, yet could destroy her. I had seen too many brave souls crushed under the weight of ink-laden pages, their dreams snuffed out like the candle's flame, leaving only shadows of what could have been. Then there was Merrick, a scribe worn down by the weight of history, his brow furrowed like the cracked earth yearning for rain. He was a man who had written too many confessions, too many final words. The ghosts of the past haunted him, their whispers tugging at his sleeves, reminding him of every choice he had made. "It's just ink," he would mutter to himself, "just ink." But the truth was far darker. Each stroke of his quill was an echo of lives entwined with his own, a web of stories that wouldn't let him go. Do you know the weight of a single word? Eloan asked, her voice trembling but fierce. She stepped forward, defiance sparking in her eyes, aflame with the desire to be heard. Do you understand what it means to etch your soul onto a page? The air thickened around us, charged with the unsaid, the unthinkable. I want to write the truth, she whispered, as if daring the shadows to strike her down. The tension crackled like thunder, the kind that made your bones ache and your heart pound harder. Merrick glanced at her, a fleeting shadow crossing his face, caught between admiration and fear. The truth can be a weapon, Eloan. A weapon that cuts both ways. He hesitated, the weight of countless regrets pressing against his chest. Are you ready for that? Outside, the city seemed alive with the echoes of a world teetering on the brink of chaos. The distant clamor of the market, the laughter of children, and the cries of the desperate melded into a cacophony that was both comforting and suffocating. I could hear the clock tower chime, each note a reminder of time slipping away, the sand in the hourglass pouring faster, faster. I remember, Eloan said, her voice trembling. I remember the stories my mother told me. The ones that kept me awake at night, the ones that made me feel alive. Words have power, Merrick. They can ignite revolutions or ease broken hearts. I want to write my own. Her resolve burned brighter than the candle, flickering yet unyielding. You think you can handle it? Merrick challenged, leaning closer, their faces nearly touching. You think you can bear witness without losing yourself in the ink? He had seen too many scribes drown in their own stories, consumed by the very truths they sought to capture. I have to try, she whispered, the vulnerability in her voice cutting through the air like a knife. And in that moment, I felt her fear, a visceral, raw thing, clawing at the edges of her resolve. It was the kind of fear that paralyzed, that transformed dreams into nightmares. As the clock ticked louder, reverberating through the stone walls of the scriptorium, I could feel the impending storm, an emotional tempest brewing, ready to unleash chaos. Shadows shifted around us, a reminder of those who had come before, those whose words had echoed through time. The scribes of old, the guardians of truth and lie, their fate sealed by the ink they spilled. Eloan stood at the precipice, her heart thrumming in her chest like a war drum. I'm not afraid of the ink, she declared, her voice rising above the storm. I'm afraid of silence. And in that utterance, a shiver ran down my spine. Silence, the absence of words, had claimed too many souls. It was a void that swallowed dreams whole and left only echoes of what could have been. Merrick watched her, a flicker of something resembling hope igniting within him. Then let us not be silent, he murmured, his voice barely a whisper, a fragile promise. Let's write. Let's document the truth so that it can never be erased. But remember, Eloan, once the words are out, they can never be taken back. The candle flickered wildly as if responding to his challenge, shadows danced across the walls, stretching like ghostly fingers. Outside, the wind howled, and suddenly, a loud crash shattered the tense air, the sound of a world shattering, perhaps. We froze, hearts pounding in unison. The faint echo of nonsensical laughter filled the scriptorium, a grim reminder of the absurdity of our existence. Just like the stories we scribbled, the world outside was a tapestry of chaos and beauty, a mixture of love and death, joy and despair. Eloan turned, her youthful face steeling with determination. We're scribes, Merrick. We write to remember. We write to change. We write to live. And as those words hung in the air, I felt the weight of history, the agony of every story untold, and the promise of every word yet to be written. The candle flickered once more, and in that moment, I knew we were all caught in a web woven with ink and dreams, forever entangled in the stories that bound us. And as the world outside trembled, I could hear the distant echoes of the past, the whispers of those who dared to write, to feel, to live, reminding us that the ink may dry, but the heart beats on. The ground trembles beneath me, the air thick with the tang of iron and sweat. I stand in the shadow of the great mine, a gaping maw that swallows the earth, ravenous for the flesh of her secrets. The cries of men echo, their voices a choir of desperation and ambition, merging with the clanging of picks against stone, a haunting melody that reverberates through my bones. I remember. I remember the day it all began, the day that greed transformed the soil into blood. Leah! Get back! The voice of Eric cuts through the chaos, sharp and urgent, but my feet are rooted in place, tethered by the weight of what I see. His eyes, pools of worry, dart between the gaping hole and the workers, men turned phantoms, their faces ghostly pale, eyes rimmed with fear. I can't look away from the urgency in his gaze, the fear of losing everything we built together. I can't, I whisper, my voice a fragile thread. What if they're trapped? My heart thunders against my ribs, each beat a reminder of the lives hanging in the balance, each that a plea for action. The mine is alive, shifting and groaning, as if it knows the devastation it brings. A fissure splits the earth, a crevice that yawns wide enough to swallow souls. He lunges forward, grabbing my wrist, his grip fierce, a lifeline amid the madness. We can't save them all, Leah. We must go. He pulls me back, but with every step I take away from that dark pit, I feel the pull of those lost souls, workers who once laughed, men who had dreams that now lie shattered beneath tons of rock. I remember the way they told stories of riches, how they spoke of a better life, yet here they are, dust and echoes. Our world is built on their backs, on the bones of dreams buried too deep. I feel the weight of it all, raw and heavy. The Empire needs this, Eric says, desperation clawing at his voice. They'll turn on us if we don't deliver. But what have we built? An empire of gold and iron, rising from the ashes of those who pay the price. My heart twists at the thought. I remember my father's voice, a fierce, proud man who warned me of the dangers of ambition. Never trade your soul for silver, he'd said, yet here we stand, ingesting the poison of greed. As we retreat, I glance back at the mine, at the darkness that looms like a shadow over our lives. I see Thorn, a young man only just beginning to carve his place in the world, his face smeared with soot and despair. He glances up, eyes wide with terror, and for a moment, our gazes lock, a silent plea exchanged. He's a boy forged in the fires of the Empire's hunger, and I feel the weight of his gaze long after we've turned our backs. Come on. Eric yanks me away, but the ghost of Thorn lingers in my mind, a reminder of our complicity. Each step is a march away from responsibility, but I can't shake the images of those caught in the darkness. The Empire thrives, and we are nothing but puppets dancing on its strings. The tension thickens as the sun dips below the horizon, a shroud of twilight swallowing the sky. Every shadow lengthens, whispering secrets, hinting at the ghosts of our choices. My heart races, caught between the desire to save those trapped and the grim reality of our situation. I remember the stories Eric told of the Empire's rise from the depths of despair, how natural resources shaped our destiny. But at what cost? Leah! Eric's voice cuts through my reverie. He stands before a map, eyes scanning the territories, calculating. If we don't find more resources, we're done for. The Council will not be merciful. The flickering candlelight dances across his face, casting shadows that deepen the lines of worry etched there. I see the man I love, yet I feel the chasm growing between us, a divide filled with unspoken truths and buried guilt. Mercy. I scoff, bitterness lacing my words. What mercy have we shown those who labor for us? They're but tools to a greater machine, and we're the ones who oil its gears. The words tumble out, raw and jagged, and I feel the weight of the truth settle between us, heavy like the air before a storm. Then what do we do? His voice is a mixture of anger and fear, a reflection of the tempest swirling inside him. We're trapped in this game, Leah. You know that better than anyone. He runs a hand through his hair, a frustrated gesture that makes my heart ache. I remember the stories of empires sprawling across vast lands, built on the backs of the oppressed, on the dreams squashed beneath the weight of power. I see the cycle repeating, every empire, every ruler, blinded by ambition. The clock ticks, a relentless reminder that time is running out, urging us to make our choices, to confront the ghosts we've created. I can't be a part of this anymore, I whisper, my voice trembling. Not when I see them suffer. Not when I know what's at stake. Suddenly, the air shifts, grows colder, and the shadows lengthen. The tension is palpable, a living thing between us. Eric's eyes darken, anger flaring like a wildfire. You want to throw it all away? You'd let the empire fall. It's already fallen. I shout, the words erupting in a tempest of frustration. Look at what we've built. Look at the lives we've sacrificed. It's not worth it, Eric. None of this is worth their pain. The silence that follows is deafening, a chasm filled with our fears and unspoken truths. I feel the world narrowing, growing heavy with the choices before us. Outside, the night deepens, an endless void that mirrors the uncertainty in my heart. And in that moment, as the clock ticks on, as the shadows creep closer, I realize that the greatest battle is not against the empire itself, but the one raging within us. The screams of the miners echo like a haunting refrain, reminding us of the price of our ambition, the toll it takes on our souls. I remember the dreams of those lost beneath the earth's weight. And as I look into Eric's eyes, I see the man I love, but also the empire that binds us in chains. The clock keeps ticking. Time is unforgiving, and the night swallows the light, pulling us into its depths, where nothing is as it seems, and everything hangs in the balance. The incense hung thick in the air, a suffocating cloud of burnt offerings and holy whispers. I could almost taste the bitterness of an impending storm. The priests stood like statues, ancient, unwavering, eyes glinting with secrets unspoken. I remember the sweat trickling down my back, a slow, agonizing reminder of my humanity. It was the eve of the festival of Opit, a time meant for celebration, but here, in this heavy silence, dread clung to me like a shroud. Ramses II was not just a man, he was a god. Yet, beneath the layers of gold and silk, I felt the weight of his crown pressing down on him, encasing him in a tomb of expectations. His eyes flickered, distant, like the stars lost behind a veil of smog in Thebes. The priests encircled him, chanting, their voices a low hum that vibrated through my bones. They were the string pullers, the puppeteers of belief, and I, a mere spectator, watched as he danced between reverence and rebellion. There was one priest, Anubis, a name that whispered of death and the afterlife. He was tall, with skin as dark as night, and a heart that beat with the fury of a storm. I saw the way he regarded Ramses, not with fear, not with reverence, but with a challenge, a spark of defiance that ignited the air between them. Anubis believed in the old ways, he cradled ancient rites like fragile eggs, afraid they would crack beneath the weight of modernization. I felt a kinship with him, his struggle pulsed within me. Here was a man carved from shadow, fighting against the encroaching light, and I sensed the fear that lurked behind his pride. Ramses, he said, voice smooth as oil but edged with a knife's sharpness, the gods are restless. Sacrifices have waned, and the people grow disillusioned. They need you to show them the divine. His words dripped with urgency, and I held my breath. In that moment, the air crackled like charged lightning, and I could see the flicker of doubt in Ramses' eyes, a crack in the facade of the eternal pharaoh. Ramses glanced sharply at Anubis, the muscles in his jaw tightening. And what do the gods require of me? A challenge, a sword drawn. The priests drew closer, their breath synchronized, a ritualistic heartbeat echoing through stone halls. I could almost hear the whisper of the cosmos, a reminder of their power, their wrath. I remember the tension, stretched tight like a bowstring, ready to snap. The crowd outside the temple was restless, a sea of faces longing for miracles, for signs. They were children clinging to the myth spun by old men in tattered robes, yearning for something greater than the dirt beneath their feet. But Ramses was a man, trapped between divinity and the mundane, a god with feet of clay. More blood, he spat, the words falling heavy in the air. More fire? Is that what they crave? Laughter from ashes. The anger rolled off him like the Nile in flood season, chaotic and unstoppable. I felt the tremor in my own heart. I knew that the line between king and god was frail, a gossamer thread that could snap at any moment. Anubis stepped closer, his voice now a low murmur, almost conspiratorial. No, my pharaoh. They need a vision. They need hope. They need you to be more than a figurehead. There was a desperation in his words, a plea that echoed through the temple's vastness. And in that moment, I could see the conflict reflected in Ramses' face, a tempest of fear, pride, and uncertainty that raged behind his eyes. Hope. Ramses whispered, almost to himself, the word heavy with disbelief. I could see the flicker of memories, of past victories laid like stones upon his chest. Hope is a fragile illusion. And yet, I could feel it, a flicker of something fierce, something that would not die. Anubis pressed on, undeterred. Then let us guide them, together. Show them the path to the divine, to the eternal. His voice grew louder, the power of his conviction wrapping around the words like a serpent, squeezing the air from my lungs. You cannot rule through fear alone, Ramses. These people need a reason to believe, to fight against the darkness. And there it was, a glimmer of possibility, a fragile thread woven through their confrontation. I could feel the tension in the air shift, a palpable energy that hummed against my skin. The priests were caught in the undertow, their chants wavering as they sensed the shift. I saw Ramses take a deep breath, the kind that pulled from the depths of his soul, and for a moment, I thought he might yield. The weight of expectation hung between them, heavy like the night sky waiting to release its torrent. What if I fail? He asked, vulnerability cracking the facade, leaving him exposed. You will not, Anubis replied, fierce and unwavering. But to lead is to risk. To lead is to trust. The words were a balm, and I felt the room exhale, a tension unraveling like a fraying tapestry. The world outside hummed, a cacophony of life, of blood and dreams. I could sense the imminent clash of ideologies, of faith and leadership, of the future painting itself against the walls of history. Ramses stood at the edge of the abyss, poised to leap or to turn back. The silence hung thick, pregnant with unresolved emotions, and I felt my heart race, each beat echoing in the cavernous silence. I was both witness and participant in this sacred drama, caught in the web of fate that spun around these flawed, beautifully human men. In that moment, everything felt possible, and yet, everything felt doomed. The gods watched, the shadows danced, and I held my breath, teetering on the edge, unsure of who would fall and who would rise. And as the night deepened, the stars blinked above, indifferent to the trials of men below. The ceremony would come, the sacrifices would be made, and somewhere in the distance, the echoes of ancient prayers would intertwine with the cries of a restless people. The dance of power and faith continued, and I was left standing, waiting, breathless in this eternal moment. The air was thick, suffocating, as if the weight of 1,000 souls pressed down upon the city of Alzoria. Shadows danced under the flickering streetlights, whispering secrets of a world on the brink. A gunshot rang out, splintering the silence like glass shattering against concrete. My heart leapt, a rabbit caught in the hunter's gaze. I remember thinking, this is it. This is the moment everything changes. In the chaos, I saw him. Ibrahim, my brother, crouched low behind a crumbling wall, his breath ragged, eyes wild with fear and fury. He was always the brave one, the protector, but today the weight of his resolve was cracking. I could see it, I could feel it. The burden of loyalty was etched into his brow, yet beneath it lay a flicker of doubt, a spark of fear that I had never seen before. We can't back down now, he shouted, his voice a raw scrape against the din, and not when they're at our gates. I shot him a look, one of desperation, one that begged him to remember. Remember the laughter we shared as boys in the olive groves, the stories whispered under the stars. Ibrahim, listen! I pleaded, but the scream of another bullet drowned my words. Everything felt fractured, splintered like the glass beneath our feet. The memories pulsed in my chest, taunting me. Was the bond of blood enough to hold us together in this storm? Behind him, Layla emerged, fierce and unyielding, a tempest in her own right. Her hair whipped around her face like a dark halo as she raced towards us, her rifle slung over her shoulder, defiance etched in every feature. But there was a crack in her armor too. I could see it in her eyes, the ghosts of those lost, the faces of friends who would never come back. Enough, she cried, her voice breaking. We're not fighting just for survival. We're fighting for our future. But what future? My mind spiraled through the endless possibilities, each more despairing than the last. I remembered the laughter of children echoing in the streets before the war, the aroma of spices wafting through open markets, the warmth of community. Now, it was all a distant memory, encroached upon by ash and fire. The world around us had become a twisted reflection of what it once was. Ibrahim's hand shook as he gripped his weapon, knuckles white. And what if our future is only this? Blood and ashes. His voice wavered as he took a step back, as if the weight of his words could bring the entire world tumbling down. I reached for him, a tether in the storm, but he flinched away. "Do you think I want this?" he snarled. "Do you think I want to be here, at the edge of hell, fighting against our own?" Layla's gaze flickered between us, searching for the brother and sister she knew before the war fragmented us. "You're both here. You're both alive. That has to mean something." The intensity of her gaze, the raw drive in her voice, plunged into me like a blade. I could feel the heat of her determination, the fire in her spirit, yet even that felt overshadowed by an impending darkness. A shell screamed overhead, tearing through the air, the explosion echoing like a death knell. The ground shook beneath our feet, and I was thrust into the memories I wished to escape, the nights we huddled together in the dark, telling stories to drown out the sound of bombs, the time we ventured to the coast, throwing stones into the sea, dreaming of lives beyond borders. "Please," I called out, my voice cracking under the weight of despair. "We can't lose each other." But the fear of losing ourselves was greater than the fear of losing each other. Our reality was a tangled web of ghosts, memories haunting us in every corner of our minds. I watched as Layla clenched her teeth, resolve hardening into something sharper, something dangerous. "Then we fight," she shouted, a battle cry that echoed against the ruins that once stood tall and proud. "We fight for every moment that was taken from us, for every soul that was lost. We fight, or we die in silence. Die in silence." The phrase hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. I was drowning in the weight of it. But what if fighting only leads to more loss? I whispered, a fragile plea against the violence that enveloped us. "Then we face it together." Ibrahim snapped, and the fire in his eyes ignited something deep within me, a flicker of hope, a desperate belief that perhaps we could carve a path through the darkness. Perhaps even here, in this chaos, we could find redemption. I caught a glimpse of the city, the once vibrant streets now bleak and hollow, the echoes of laughter replaced by distant wails. The shadows loomed larger, creeping ever closer, but there was something unyielding in the air, a pulse of defiance. My heart raced, each beat a countdown to a confrontation we could not escape. As we stood together, three souls bound by blood and shared struggle, the reality of our situation crashed over us. The ground beneath our feet felt unstable, but we were alive, and perhaps that was enough. I could feel the weight of our moments pressing in, the burden of memories both beautiful and heartbreaking. I could feel the world spinning around us, the cosmos indifferent to our struggles, yet somehow prayerful for our survival. In that instant, I knew our fight wasn't just for survival, it was a rebellion against the silence that threatened to consume us. Each breath drew us closer to an uncertain future, but it was ours to face, together. "Then let's fight," I said, and as I looked into Ibrahim and Layla's eyes, I saw the flicker of hope ignited within them. For every moment we've loved, for every laugh we've shared, for every dream we've dared to dream. The world seemed to hold its breath. The chaos was relentless, a dark tide threatening to sweep us away. But standing there, in the thick of it all, we were not alone. We were woven together, our spirits intertwined, ready to fight against the shadows. And though the night was dark and the path uncertain, we would face it, hearts pounding as one, unyielding and fierce. The silence that followed was an invitation, a soft whisper that spoke of what was to come. It was the calm before the storm, and we were ready. Together. The air trembles with anticipation, the kind that clings to your skin like sweat as dust descends over the grand halls of Karnak. The great pharaoh Ramses II, a titan carved from the very bedrock of Egypt, stands before his people. His presence is a tempest, a living statue of authority, and yet, the whispers of discontent swirl like dust in the wind. I remember the tension in the air, suffocating and electric, as if the gods themselves were holding their breath. In the shadow of his looming monument, the young priestess, Mere, clutches her amulet, the weight of her devotion palpable. Her heart races, echoing the drums of the festival that celebrates Ramses' divine victories. But today, the drums feel like the beat of a funeral march. She remembers her mother's fading voice, warning of the price of power. To follow a pharaoh is to tread on thin ice, Mere. One misstep, and you sink. And yet, she cannot turn away. She is drawn to the fire, the fierce intensity that is Ramses. Across the courtyard, the general, Kinwasit, feels the tightness in his chest. Loyalty, once a bright flame, now flickers like a candle in a tempest. He remembers the day he first laid eyes on Ramses, a boy of unmatched ambition, eyes ablaze with dreams of glory. But now those dreams come at a cost that seeps into the earth, staining it crimson. "I have fought for you, Ramses," he mutters, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. "But what have you sacrificed in return?" The sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows that stretch like fingers reaching for the past. The people chant, their voices rising and falling like the Nile, but underneath, there lies an undercurrent of fear, a palpable dread that curls around them, wrapping tighter with every cheer. Mere feels it, the anxiety of her people simmering, boiling beneath the surface of the celebration. She watches as Ramses raises his arms, a god among mortals, but all she can see is the blood on his hands. "I remember," she whispers, the words barely escaping her lips, "the day you returned from battle, your eyes wild with victory, but the faces of the defeated haunted you." Ramses holds their gaze, but in his eyes, she sees not just triumph, but the ghosts of those he has trampled in his quest for immortality. Then there's Kinwasit, his loyalty now a double-edged sword. He recalls the chilling night they plotted together against the Hittites, the air thick with the scent of burning sandalwood. "We were heroes, Ramses," he seethes, the tension in his voice thick enough to cut. "But now, you stand alone, a monument to your hubris." The people's joy feels like a mockery of their suffering, a veil over the cracks in their kingdom. Mere looks to the sky, darkening with the encroaching night, where the stars flicker like the eyes of the dead, watching and waiting. "You've built this empire on the backs of the lost," she whispers to the night. "What legacy do you leave behind?" Ramses can sense the shift in the atmosphere, the way the air becomes charged with unspoken fears, how the ground beneath him feels less solid. "They love me," he insists, his voice a commanding roar that seeks to drown out the doubt. But his heart, heavy and burdensome, reminds him of the truth. "I am a god, a king," he bellows, but even he can hear the tremor, the crack in the facade that is growing more pronounced with each proclamation. Mere meets Kinwasit's gaze, a silent understanding passing between them. They know that the festival, this celebration of a man who has become more myth than mortal, is a facade, a desperate attempt to cling to the illusion of power. He cannot see, Kinwasit says, the frustration boiling over, the storm brewing just beyond the horizon. The moment hangs in the air, thick like the humidity of a summer night, until Ramses steps down from the dais, his footsteps echoing, resonating through the hearts of his people. It is a declaration, an indomitable force unleashed. But in that very act of stepping down, he becomes vulnerable, a man stripped of his divine armor. "I remember," Mere says, her voice trembling but resolute, "the stories of your father, Seti, how he ruled with wisdom, not fear." The memory stings, a reminder of a time when the throne was not a solitary seat but a place of shared burdens. "You've forgotten that to lead is to serve, not to conquer." The crowd buzzes with a mixture of adoration and unease, their love for Ramses igniting a dangerous loyalty, a blind devotion that could just as easily turn to fury. Kinwasit's heart pounds as he steps forward, the tension of his unspoken emotions clawing at his throat. "You are not invincible," he shouts, his voice a jagged shard of truth cutting through the night's revelry. "You are human, and your greatness comes at a cost." The silence that follows is deafening, a vacuum that swallows the cheers and laughter. Ramses' expression hardens, but behind those stoic eyes, the faintest flicker of doubt ignites. "What do you know of greatness?" he challenges, but the words feel weak, like a shield cracking under the weight of truth. Mere watches, her heart lodged in her throat. The power Ramses wields is intoxicating, but she fears the poison it has seeped into his soul. The guilt of past decisions, the burden of the crown, it all rolls into the air, a dense fog that chokes the life out of courage. Every victory has its price, she murmurs, the words a haunting echo. And the ghosts of those lost will never let you rest. And just like that, the night shifts. The shadows deepen, and the world holds its breath, teetering on the precipice of inevitable change. Because in the heart of dynasties, where gods and kings collide, a reckoning looms just beyond the reach of light. The curtain is drawn tighter, the threads of fate tangled, and every heartbeat reverberates through the grand halls of Karnak, whispering, reminding, and warning of the dark path ahead. The future is a whisper, a promise tangled with despair, and it dances just out of reach like the very stars above. In the silence that follows, as the weight of their choices looms large, it becomes clear Ramses II's legacy will echo not just through the ages, but through the very hearts of those who dare to follow. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and fear, a palpable tension that clung to the skin like damp wool, stifling and uncomfortable. In the heart of the city, shadows danced like frantic specters, flickering under the dim glow of torches. I remember the evening when everything changed, a single scream ripping through the night, a child's wail swallowed by the chaos. My heart raced, echoing the drumbeats of unrest that thumped wildly in the distance. Each thud resonated with a primal dread, a visceral reminder that peace was a fragile veneer, ready to shatter. Lysandra stood at the edge of the crowd, her face pale, eyes wide as they darted over the mass of people. She was a woman caught between duty and desire, a daughter of the kingdom, yet yearning for a life beyond its borders. I remember the way her breath hitched in her throat, the way her fists clenched at her sides. I could feel her anguish, a storm brewing behind her calm facade, like thunder rumbling before a tempest. The whispers of betrayal filled the air, swirling around her like the smoke that coated the cobblestones. Her brother, the king, had been hiding something, a secret that could change everything. Lysandra! I called, but my voice was drowned by the roar of the crowd. It was a merciless sea of faces twisted in fear, some clutching crude weapons, others mere torches flickering with the promise of rebellion. I could see the desperation etched into their features, the way hope had begun to wither like a flower deprived of sunlight. It was terrifying and beautiful, a reminder of how easily humanity could be crushed beneath the weight of its own despair. And there was Alaric, Lysandra's brother, pacing like a caged animal beneath the flickering banners. He was a man worn by the burden of leadership, every line on his face a testament to sleepless nights and decisions that clawed at his soul. Every heartbeat seemed to echo his internal strife, loyalty to the crown versus the love for his sister. I could see the tremble in his hands, the way he flicked his eyes toward the horizon as if seeking salvation in the darkening sky. I must protect this kingdom, he murmured to himself, but the words were heavy with doubt, a ghost of conviction haunting his thoughts. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, an envoy from the neighboring kingdom, their cloak billowing like a storm cloud. The crowd fell silent, breath held, hearts racing as if the air itself had conspired to freeze us in that moment. I remember the thud of my pulse in my ears, the electric anticipation crackling like summer lightning. The envoy bore a message, one that could spell doom or deliverance. The tension was a taut string pulled to its limit, ready to snap. "Your kingdoms are on the brink of war," the envoy declared, voice steady yet laced with an urgency that sent shivers down my spine. "We have gathered to discuss your future, to iron out the threads of fate woven between your realms." As the words hung in the air, I could feel the weight of history pressing down upon us, the scars of past betrayals and alliances seeping into the present like ink in water. Lysandra's eyes blazed with a fierce determination, a flicker of rebellion igniting within her chest. "What future?" she shouted, her voice a clarion call against the backdrop of despair. "What future is there when trust has become a commodity, sold to the highest bidder?" The crowd swelled with her words, a wave of passion crashing against the shores of complacency. Hope sparkled in their eyes like stars fighting against the blackness of the night. But Alaric, burdened by the chains of his crown, stepped forward. "We cannot afford to lose what we have," he implored, voice strained, the weight of the kingdom pressing down upon him like a mountain. "We must unite, not divide." His words were a desperate plea, a heartbeat away from desperation. I could see the anguish etched across his features, the conflict twisting his heart like a dagger buried deep. And there it was, the clash of ideals, the raw emotion of a brother torn between his duty and his love for his sister. The two stood as polar opposites, Lysandra's fire igniting the hearts of the people, Alaric's cautious pragmatism trying to shield them from the storm. Their eyes met, and in that moment, I felt an unspoken bond, a deep-seated understanding of what was at stake. The kingdom trembled like a leaf caught in a gale, with their fates intertwined, spiraling toward an uncertain future. I remember the chill of that night, the way the winds howled like lost souls seeking refuge. It was a reminder that history has a way of repeating itself, each moment a reflection of past mistakes, a pestilence that plagued our decisions, haunting us with the ghosts of our ancestors. The shadows of the city loomed larger, whispering secrets that only the night could understand. As the envoy stepped closer, the air thickened with anticipation, the crowd holding its breath as if the very cosmos had paused to listen. But if you wish to survive, you must make sacrifices, they said, and the word struck like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the darkness for just a heartbeat. I could feel the tension crackling, a build-up of emotions, fears, and hopes colliding like stars in a supernova, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. Sacrifice? Lysandra's voice cracked, raw and jagged like broken glass. What more can we give when our lives hang by a thread? Her fury was a tempest, and I felt it course through me like wildfire, igniting something deep within the very core of our existence. The ground beneath us trembled, and I realized it wasn't just the earth shaking, it was the very foundation of our relationships, our kingdoms, our dreams. The weight of choices loomed over us like a dark cloud, a harbinger of the storm to come. I could see it in their eyes, the fear, the uncertainty, the flicker of hope crushed beneath the relentless march of fate. Time, the envoy whispered, almost reverently. Time is a cruel mistress, and she demands her due. In that moment, I understood, this was not just a negotiation, it was a reckoning. The cosmos spun silently above us, indifferent to our struggles as we stood on the precipice of war. The clock ticked loudly in my mind, each second echoing like the heartbeat of a dying star. I remember the silence, the collective breath held tight in our throats. The city was a ghost, caught between the past and the future, shadows dancing, flickering like candles in the wind. The streets whispered secrets, the stars bore witness to our plight, and as the tempest loomed closer, an unbreakable bond formed between the siblings, a thread woven with fear, love, and the weight of their choices. I stood there, a mere observer, heart racing, as the moment hung in the air, a fragile crystal ready to shatter, the night promising both despair and hope in equal measure. The stage was set, and I could feel the energy of the impending confrontation vibrating through my bones, a symphony of emotions ready to erupt into chaos or harmony. And in that moment, I understood, I wasn't just watching history unfold, I was standing on the brink of something monumental, a turning point that would echo through time, sending ripples out into eternity. The darkness whispered promises and threats, but the light flickered just enough to hold on to hope. As the clock continued to tick, my heart raced alongside the tension, aching for resolution yet terrified of what it might bring. The air was thick with the scent of burning papyrus, an acrid reminder of the precious words going up in smoke. My heart raced, thrumming against my ribs like a caged bird desperate for freedom. I stood frozen, watching the flickering shadows dance on the walls of the ancient library, the echoes of our ancestors whispering through the cracks. This was no mere loss, it felt like a funeral for a language, a culture gasping for breath, teetering on the edge of oblivion. "Do you see, Yosef?" Layla's voice broke through the haze, sharp and insistent. "They're trying to erase us." Her wide, dark eyes reflected the flickering flames, filled with a fury that ignited something deep inside me. I had always thought of Layla as too passionate, too fierce for her own good. But today, her fire felt like a spark I desperately needed. I nodded, but inside, my thoughts were scattered, like sand on the desert winds. The weight of history pressed down on me, threatening to crush all hope. My fingers twitched, restless. I remembered my grandfather's stories, the way his voice would weave the past into the present, every tale a lifeline, every word a thread connecting generations. But now, I was terrified that those threads were unraveling in front of me. Outside, the city throbbed with life, a heartbeat drumming in the distance. But here, amidst the pages of our lost language, the world felt both achingly familiar and painfully distant. "We can't let this happen," I murmured, half to myself, half to Layla. My voice was trembling, an echo of my fear. "Then we fight," she said, her face alight with determination. "We take to the streets. We rally. We scream until they hear us." She was beautiful in her anger, a warrior ready to defend her kingdom, and for a moment, I was swept up in her fervor. The vision of a united front against the encroaching darkness filled me with a strange courage. But then doubt clawed at my insides. What good was a scream in the void? What if no one listened? "Layla, it's not that simple, Yosef." Her voice cut me off, fierce as a blade. "Do you think the pharaohs bowed to fear? We are the children of the Nile. We have rivers of blood and ink running through our veins. We will not be silenced." Her words wrapped around me, a lifeline in a tempest. I thought of my family, the generations before me who had fought to keep our identity alive, and I felt their spirits seep into my very bones. I remembered my mother's laughter, echoing like a hymn through our home, the warmth of her voice reciting poetry that had danced through the ages. I remembered the way she'd brush my hair and tell me stories of men who had carved their names into stone, of women who had defied the gods. I could almost hear her now, urging me to fight. "We need allies," I said, glancing back at the others huddled in the shadows, eyes wide, fear and hope battling for dominance. "We can't do this alone." Layla nodded, her expression softening. "But we need to start now. Before they burn it all away. Before the ghosts of our ancestors vanish into the smoke." I could feel the pulse of history in my temples, relentless and aching. Every second counted. I took a deep breath, a steadying inhale that felt like gathering the essence of my people. "Then we gather them," I declared, feeling an unexpected rush of resolve. "We gather the voices. We bring the language back to life, even if it kills us." As we moved through the streets, I could feel the heartbeat of the city synchronizing with my own. The sun was setting, casting the world in hues of orange and purple, the shadows stretching long like memories clawing at the fringes of reality. It was beautiful and haunting, a mirror to the chaos in my heart. We found them, writers, artists, dreamers, each with a flicker of hope in their eyes, forming a tapestry of defiance against the backdrop of our shared despair. They gathered in the square, chanting, their voices rising like a wave, drowning out the fear that threatened to swallow us whole. I felt the electricity crackle in the air, a raw energy that set my skin alight. But as the night deepened, so did the shadows. The whispers of uncertainty crept in, curling around my thoughts like smoke. What if they don't care? I thought, the question haunting me like an unwelcome ghost. What if our fight was in vain? Would the world even notice when we stood up, when we screamed? Layla's hand found mine, grounding me. "We will be heard," she insisted, her grip fierce, her warmth leaching into my insecurities. "We will make them listen." And just like that, with the moon rising high above us, illuminating the faces of our people, I felt the atmosphere shift. I remembered my roots, my heritage stitched into the very fabric of my being. The laughter, the cries, the songs, all the fragments of a culture that refused to die. But lurking at the edges, doubt remained, a spectre haunting the corners of my mind. What if tomorrow is too late? I whispered to myself, the weight of my fears pressing heavy against my chest. Yet in that breathless moment, alive with hope and terror, I understood something vital. We were not merely fighting for words. We were fighting for each other, for our shared stories, for our existence etched into the annals of time. The language was the lifeblood of our culture, and we would not let it fade into oblivion. The world around us pulsed with energy, the night thick with possibility. Those voices, our voices, would rise like a phoenix from the ashes. We were alive, and we were ready to fight for our right to exist, to remember, to preserve. And as we stood there, hand in hand, ready to face the storm, I felt a flicker of something within me, a flame of defiance that would not be extinguished. The shadows would come, but we would not yield. The fight had only just begun. The air shimmers over the cracked earth, a mirage of desperation reflecting the sun's relentless gaze. I stand there, ankle deep in dust, and the silence is deafening, an eerie lull that masks the chaos brewing beneath the surface. A field, once vibrant with life, now stretches before me like a graveyard, the skeletal remains of crops clawing at the sky, begging for mercy, for water, for hope. I remember the laughter that danced here, the blushing tomatoes, the proud corn stalks, the lush greens that once whispered promises of abundance and family dinners. I remember. "Please, God, just let it rain," whispers Lena, her voice cracked like the parched soil beneath our feet. She stands beside me, her hands trembling, clutching a weathered journal that holds the remnants of our dreams. Her eyes, dark pools of worry, dart between the horizon and my face, searching for solace but finding only shadows of despair. I can't bear to meet her gaze, the weight of my own failures sits heavily on my chest. I remember the day we planted those seeds, how we laughed as we buried our hopes in the ground, how we believed in miracles. But faith is a fickle companion, and now it slips through my fingers like sand. "Lucas," she breathes, and it feels like a plea, a tether pulling at my heart. "If we don't find a solution?" The unspoken words hang in the air, a ghost of what could be. I look at her, my partner, my mirror, reflecting the chaos of my mind, each of us trapped in our own cycle of doubt. I remember the passion we once had, igniting us like the first sparks of summer. But life is cruel, it takes and takes until all that's left are the ashes of our ambitions. Across the field, the spectre of our neighbor, old Thomas, looms, a silhouette against the dying sun. Once, he was the master of innovation, the king of the harvest. Now, he stands with a shotgun slung over his shoulder, a sentinel guarding a fortress of despair. His fields are as barren as ours, and I wonder if he can still hear the laughter of his children in the rustling leaves. Or has the silence swallowed that too? I shudder, the thought is a dagger to my heart. "Lena, he's going to lose everything," I murmur, and the words spill out like a confession. She nods, her brow furrowed, tracing the lines of worry etched into her skin. The weight of the world rests on my shoulders, and I feel like a child playing at being a man. I remember the stories my father told me of droughts and famines, of desperation that drove men to madness. How long before we reach that edge? The sky darkens, not with rain clouds but with the spectre of failure. The clock ticks louder in my mind, each second a reminder of our impending doom. I grip the journal tighter, pages crumpling under the pressure of my desperation. "We need to think outside the box," I say suddenly, embracing the chaos swirling inside me. "What if we tried the new irrigation system? The one with solar panels?" The words tumble out, reckless and raw. Lena's eyes widen, and for a moment, I see a flicker of hope, a small light in the suffocating darkness. "What if it doesn't work?" she asks, her voice trembling. "What if it does?" I want to shout, but the weight of the question crushes me. I remember the dreams we penned in this very journal, wild ideas splashed across the pages in manic scrawl. "It has to work, Lena. We can't just let it die, we can't let everything we built slip away." The sun dips lower, and shadows stretch like fingers across the barren land. The air vibrates with tension, a storm brewing inside me, a storm that demands release. I can feel the pulse of the earth, the heartbeat of a million lost hopes resonating beneath our feet. What if we gather the community? Get everyone together? Share what we've learned? The thought ignites a spark in my chest, igniting the embers of determination. Lena's expression shifts, uncertainty morphing into something fierce. "Lucas, they will laugh at us," she says, but there's defiance in her voice, a small rebellion against despair. "They'll call us fools." "Maybe they will," I whisper, the truth spilling out like a confession. "But fools do brave things." As the shadows deepen, I can see old Thomas begin to move, a shift in the air that feels like the tipping point of a great battle. He trudges toward us, shoulders hunched under the weight of thought and time. I remember him as a titan of agriculture, a man who could coax life from the soil where others saw only death. And yet, here he is, defeated, a ghost in his own story. I take a step toward him, heart racing. "Thomas!" I call, the sound of my voice echoing across the desolation. "We need to talk." The words hang in the tense air, a challenge, an invitation. He stops, eyes narrowing, suspicion etched deep in his weathered face. "What do you want, Lucas?" Suddenly, the weight of everything, hope, fear, possibility, crashes down on us. The world holds its breath, and the air vibrates with unspoken words. I can almost hear the heartbeat of the earth beneath our feet, a primal rhythm that connects us all. I remember the laughter, the arguments, the dreams. We stand on the precipice of something monumental, something terrifyingly uncertain. The sun sinks, darkness creeping in like a thief, and I know this could be our last chance to grasp the broken shards of our future. We can innovate together, Thomas. We can change everything. As I speak, I can feel the universe contracting and expanding, the stars whispering ancient truths. The air is electric, saturated with possibility, yet filled with the ghosts of our failures. A storm brews, not in the sky but in our hearts, a tempest of desperation, a surge of hope. Isn't that worth risking everything for? But the darkness of despair looms large, and I can sense it wrapping around us, trying to pull us under. This isn't just about crops, it's about life, about legacy, about the very essence of who we are. Time stretches, and in that moment, I realize that the future is not a destination, it's a series of choices, each one echoing through the fabric of our existence. Old Thomas's face softens, just for a moment, and I see a flicker of the man he used to be, the warrior of the fields. I hold my breath, willing him to take that step toward us. The shadows lengthen, and the air is thick with tension, charged with the weight of 1,000 dreams hungering to be reborn. And somewhere, beneath the surface of despair, a seed of hope stirs, trembling in anticipation of what we might ignite together, a revolution in agriculture, in life, in the very heartbeat of our community. I remember, and I pray for rain. The sun hung low over the horizon, blood-red and ominous, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the cracked earth of Thebes. There, on the parched ground, a child's cry pierced the air, a fragile, haunting sound that echoed through the city's winding streets and sent ripples of tension through the hearts of those who heard it. I remember the way the noise clawed at my insides, the way it felt as if the very fabric of time was unraveling in that moment, and nothing would ever be the same again. Marenta stood at the entrance of his crumbling palace, a sentinel caught between duty and despair. The weight of his father's legacy rested heavily on his shoulders. It was as if he bore the sun itself, blazing yet oppressive. His father, Ramses II, the God King, had ruled with an iron fist, leaving behind a kingdom that defied the very laws of time. Marenta tried to fill those colossal sandals, but the echoes of his father's triumphs were like ghosts, whispering doubts into his ears. "What will you do, Marenta? Lead or fall?" They slithered through his thoughts, winding tighter and tighter until he could hardly breathe. The city was restless, a cauldron of simmering anxieties. As he stepped outside, the familiar sense of incense and decay mingled, a reminder that life and death danced a delicate waltz in the shadows. I remember how he clenched his fists, nails biting into his palms as he surveyed the gathering crowd. The murmurs swelled into a chorus of fear, uncertainty laced with anger, each voice a shard of glass that cut deeper into his resolve. He could see them, the farmers, their faces etched with toil and despair, the priests, draped in their flowing linen, their eyes clouded with doubt. They needed a leader, someone to guide them through the tempest of change. But what did he have to offer them? A mere echo of a once mighty roar. Then there was Aneep, his sister, standing among the throng, her eyes fierce yet haunted. "Marenta," she called, her voice slicing through the murmur. I remember the way she held herself, a warrior cloaked in the softness of a woman, her resolve a fire that dared to blaze against the encroaching darkness. But beneath that fierce exterior lay a tremor of fear. The plague had swept through their lands, leaving death in its wake, and her heart was heavy with the weight of lost souls. She wore her sorrow like a shroud, yet she refused to let it extinguish her spirit. "Don't let them see your fear," she whispered, pulling him aside, her voice trembling like the desert wind. "They will smell it, taste it, and it will consume us all." Her words hung in the air, a bitter reminder that vulnerability was a luxury they could not afford. I could feel the intensity between them, a bond forged in the fires of survival, yet marred by the expectation of greatness. Marenta was meant to be strong, Aneep was meant to be unwavering. But in their hearts, They were merely children, lost in a world that demanded gods. As the sun sank lower, casting crimson hues across the sky, the shadows deepened. Whispers of rebellion swirled, and a figure emerged from the crowd, an old soldier, his face a map of scars and stories. "The pharaoh's time is ending," he bellowed, voice gravelly with age and bitterness. "We cannot live in the shadow of a dead king." The crowd surged, a wave of anger and despair, a tempest ready to crash upon the shores of loyalty. Marenta felt it pulse through him, electrifying and terrifying, a storm that threatened to unravel the very fabric of their existence. "I remember," he thought, the memory flickering like a candle's flame in the wind. "I remember the days when the Nile overflowed with life, when we celebrated the bounty of the harvest. But now it is a graveyard." He turned to Anip, desperation clawing at his throat. "What do we do? How do we silence this chaos?" But she had no answers, only the haunting echo of the past that weighed heavily upon them both. "We must fight, brother. Not just for our father's legacy, but for our people, for the hope that still flickers in the darkest of nights." The night deepened, thick and suffocating, as Marenta felt the weight of his world pressing upon his chest. The stars blinked above, distant and indifferent, like the gods they revered, watching, waiting, while mortals floundered below. He could feel the breath of destiny on his neck, cold and insistent. He was being drawn into a vortex of change, the winds of history swirling around him, and he feared he would be lost in the tempest. In that moment, he realized that continuity was an illusion. Life ebbed and flowed like the Nile. It was cruel, capricious, and unyielding. Everything the Ramessides had built could crumble like dust beneath the weight of their own hubris. And yet, there was a flicker of something within him, a spark that refused to be snuffed out. "I will not be a ghost," he vowed, though the tremor in his voice betrayed him. "I will not let our legacy die with the tides of time." The words felt like a mantra, echoing in the corners of his mind, igniting a fire that blazed against the cold vastness of the cosmos. As the hour grew late, the city buzzed with uncertainty, and the shadows lengthened. Marenta, Anip, the soldier, they were all swept into the current of fate, bound by the chains of history and hope. Let them come, Marenta thought, feeling the pulse of his own heartbeat synchronize with the rhythm of the night. Let them see who we truly are. But the battle was far from over, and as the stars flickered high above, the specter of change loomed ever closer, an inevitable storm that would either swallow them whole or set them free. And in that moment, in the darkness that enveloped them, I remember feeling the weight of their emotions, raw and unfiltered, a potent reminder that in the dance of life and death, every heartbeat mattered, every breath counted, and the echoes of the past would forever linger in the shadows of the future. The air was thick with dust and echoes of the past, a palpable tension hanging just above the surface like a shroud. I remember the moment distinctly, the clattering of tools against ancient stone, the whispered excitement of the crew, and then, the sudden, eerie silence. In that stillness, I felt the weight of history pressing down, crushing, suffocating. The sun dipped low behind the jagged silhouettes of temples, casting long shadows that whispered secrets I was not ready to hear. It was there, in the heart of Thebes, that Amelia stood, her hands trembling slightly as she brushed away the debris from a fragment of stone. Her passion for archaeology bled through her fingertips, each scrape against the surface a desperate plea to awaken the slumbering past. But this was not just a job for her, it was a drowning hope, an obsession wrapped in the ghostly echoes of Ramses II, whose very spirit seemed to haunt the site. I could see it in her eyes, the frenzied light of ambition battling against the haunting specters of doubt that whispered in the corners of her mind. Was she chasing a shadow, or was she meant to give voice to the silence? Beside her, Marcus loomed, a giant of a man with a heart as tender as a newborn's cry. The scarring of his past was etched into every line of his face, a soldier turned archaeologist, each excavation a battle fought against his own demons. I remember how he would often pause, lost in thought, staring into the abyss of time as if daring it to look back. His hands, calloused from digging and bleeding with the weight of history, trembled not only from fatigue but from a deeper fear, the fear of being forgotten. As he brushed his fingers over a faded hieroglyph, I sensed it. An urgency, a longing. He wanted to connect with the pharaoh, to forge a bridge across millennia, to scream into the void and hear something, anything, respond. The The shadows grew long, tendrils of darkness creeping across the ruins, as if the very walls held their breath. I felt it, an unnameable sensation, prickling at my spine, drawing me closer to the crumbling stone. The discoveries were mounting, a treasure chest of artifacts buried beneath layers of time, and yet there was a gnawing fear lurking just beneath the surface. What if they uncovered something meant to remain hidden? What if Ramses II, the great god king, had left behind a warning, a curse wrapped in grandeur? Each artifact they unearthed felt like a ticking clock, reminding us that with every reveal, we were drawing closer to a reckoning. Amelia's laughter rang out, a bright spark in the gathering dusk. They say he bathed once a year. Can you imagine? Romance must have been very earthy. A joke, a shield, a way of masking the fear that lingered just behind her smile. I couldn't help but chuckle, but the laughter felt hollow, echoing in the darkening chambers of my mind. As she turned back to the stone, her expression twisted, and for a moment, I caught a glimpse of the unvarnished truth. The weight of expectation was crushing, and every discovery felt like another shackle. What if we find something we can't explain? Something that changes everything we know. Her voice trembled, and I felt the tremors of her words resonate within me. It was a question that clawed at the very foundations of our understanding. Marcus moved closer, his gaze steady, but I could see the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. Then we face it together, he said, the conviction in his voice a fragile thread binding us in that moment, a promise wrapped in the shadows of our fears. I wanted to believe him, but the specters of history loomed large, and the deeper we dug, the more we unearthed our own buried truths. The earth tremored beneath us, a low rumble that echoed like the heart of a sleeping giant. It felt almost alive, as if the very ground was warning us, urging us to turn back. But we pressed on, the allure of the past dragging us forward, deeper into the mysteries that were never meant to see the light of day. The air crackled with anticipation, thick with an intoxicating mix of dread and exhilaration. Then, at the heart of it all, we stumbled upon the tomb, a gaping maw in the earth, dark and foreboding. The entrance loomed before us, a jagged smile of stone, taunting us to enter. I remember the chill that crept up my spine, a visceral reminder of the souls that had passed through this threshold long ago. The air grew thick, suffocating, as we exchanged glances, the decision hanging heavy between us, charged with the electricity of what lay beyond. Are we ready for this? Amelia whispered, her voice quaking with a blend of excitement and fear. For the first time, her bravado faltered, and in that moment, I saw her, truly saw her, as a woman grappling with the enormity of what we were about to face. Marcus stepped forward, the weight of his past colliding with the present. We have to be, he breathed, his eyes dark with determination. The shadows enveloped him, wrapping around his frame like a cloak, hiding the secrets he carried just as the tomb hid its own. As we descended, the darkness swallowed us whole, each step echoing with a hollow thud that resonated against the ancient stone. The air was pregnant with anticipation, thick with the scent of dust and decay, and I could feel the walls watching. Ghosts of the past flitted through my mind, fragments of lives lived and lost, the dreams of a pharaoh who had once ruled with the weight of 1,000 burdens. And then, in the deepest recesses of the tomb, we found it, a treasure hidden in shadows, a legacy wrapped in silence. In that moment, time unraveled, threads of history weaving together in a tapestry of emotion. I felt it, the pulse of the past, the heartbeat of Ramses II, echoing against the walls, reminding us that in our quest for knowledge, we were playing tug-of-war with the very essence of existence. With each discovery, we were not alone, the pharaoh was there, his presence a chilling reminder of the power that lay in the forgotten corners of time. I remember the moment vividly, the realization that what we unearthed could change everything, could awaken something long dormant, a force that might consume us if we weren't careful. We had become the unwitting custodians of a legacy that demanded respect and caution, a legacy that could unravel our very understanding of who we were. And as we stood on the precipice of revelation, the darkness around us thickened, coiling like a serpent, waiting for the moment to strike. The weight of history bore down, each breath a reminder of the fragile line between discovery and destruction. It was a haunting echo of what had come before, a reminder that sometimes, the past is better left undisturbed. But we pressed on, unwilling to turn back, driven by an insatiable hunger for knowledge, a desire to reach out and touch the untouchable. In that moment, I understood, we were now part of the story, entwined in the echoes of Ramses II, grappling with the profound realization that in seeking history, we were unearthing ourselves. The shadows around us deepened, and with every heartbeat, we drew closer to a truth that was as beautiful as it was terrifying. And as the tomb embraced us in its cold grip, I knew, this was only the beginning. The air is thick, a funeral shroud draped over the Valley of the Kings. Silence reigns, but it crackles with a weight of unspoken dread. I feel it in my bones, the heavy pulse of an empire on the brink of unraveling, echoing through the sun-baked stone. Ramses II lies still, his once mighty heart now a relic of past glory, as if time itself has conspired to hold its breath, to let the world pause just for a moment, before the inevitable unraveling. I remember the first time I stood there, feeling the shadows of the tomb whisper secrets to me. I had been drawn to the tales of the great pharaoh, a man who, even in death, commanded presence. But this stillness, this haunting quiet, is new. The scent of damp earth mingles with the sharp tang of incense, and I can almost see him, cloaked in gold, vibrant and alive, striding through halls of adoration. I remember the way he laughed, the way his eyes sparkled with ambition. But now? Now, those same eyes are closed, the laughter swallowed by the vastness of death. Then there's Nefertari, his queen, her spirit bound to the earth by threads of loyalty and love. She stands at the threshold of grief, the weight of loss pressing down on her shoulders like the very stones of the tomb. What does it mean to love a man who has conquered worlds? The tendrils of despair wrap around her heart, pulling tighter with each passing moment, each tick of the unseen clock, until all that remains is the echo of a name, Ramses. Ramses! Ramses! It reverberates through her mind, a ghostly chant that stings like cold metal against her skin. I can see her fingers trembling, brushing the intricate hieroglyphs carved into the stone, searching for solace in the sacred symbols. Each line, each curve, screams of a love eternal yet fleeting, a promise made in the light of the sun, now cast into darkness. The walls seem to close in, and the shadows grow long, stretching into corners where light dares not wander. She whispers to the gods, an incantation laced with desperation, hoping against hope that they might bend time, turn back the clock, return him to her arms. And then there's Seti, the sun who stands within the tomb's embrace like a solitary candle flickering in the wind, teetering on the brink of despair. His features are etched with the bitterness of loss, a young man thrust into the role of a king before his bones have settled. The crown that rests upon his brow feels heavy, a weight he's unsure he can bear. Ramses was not just a father, he was a titan, a living legend, and now he is nothing but dust and shadows, leaving behind a kingdom trembling on a precipice. Seti's heart aches with unanswered questions. How does one fill the void left by a god? He stands before the sarcophagus, the intricately adorned coffin that seems to pulse with the energy of a life once lived. He remembers the stories told, the lessons imparted in hushed tones beneath the stars. You will be great, Ramses had said. You will rule with wisdom and strength. But how can he rule when everything feels so wrong? The silence is deafening, a stark reminder of what has been lost. I remember the moment when reality crashed in, a wave of grief so palpable it steals the breath from my lungs. The sky outside the tomb has grown dark, shadows intertwining with the flickering torchlight. In this sacred space, time has lost its meaning. Days blend into nights, nights into eternity. And yet, life outside these walls, continues. The hustle and bustle of the world remains, oblivious to the suffocating sorrow that lingers within. They say that the Valley of the Kings holds the weight of 1,000 souls, but today it is only the three of us, Nefertari, Seti, and the ghost of Ramses. The air is choked with a mix of incense and sorrow, each breath a battle against grief. I can feel the tension, the yearning for some unforeseen miracle, each heartbeat resonating with the pulse of the past. What would Ramses say if he could rise from his eternal slumber? Would he remind his queen of her strength, the fire that once burned so bright? Would he grasp Seti's shoulders, look deep into his eyes, and whisper words of wisdom drawn from the depths of his own experience? Or would he simply smile, that knowing smile, filled with the weight of an unspent lifetime? I sense that the answers lie trapped within this sacred space, just out of reach, like a mirage dancing on the horizon. The candles flicker, shadows twist and turn, a macabre dance around the tomb. A chill runs down my spine as if the very essence of the past is alive, watching, waiting. It's as if Ramses himself were here, wrapped in shadows, a watchful spectre. I feel the pulse of history pressing down on me, each heartbeat a reminder of mortality, my own, and that of kings and queens who once ruled the earth. Time stretches, expands, contracts, until it is a mere concept, an illusion of order in a world steeped in chaos. I remember the tales of ancient gods and mythical beasts, the wild dreams of an empire's legacy. But what remains now? Just a hollow echo and a deep, unending silence. The realization crashes over me like a tidal wave. In the end, we are all just echoes in the empty halls of history, waiting for someone to remember our names. And so, we linger, three souls caught in the web of time, bound by love and loss, strength and fragility. The tomb is cold, yet the air is charged, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. I can't help but wonder, what will become of us when the last candle burns out? When the final breath is drawn? Will we too become whispers in the shadows, fading into a night where even the stars dare not shine? The darkness encroaches, wrapping around us like a shroud, and I glance at Nefertari, at Seti, and wonder. Will we ever truly escape the grasp of this moment? Or are we destined to remain here, forever caught in the haunting embrace of what was, and what can never be again? The air crackled with an ancient tension, a heavy weight that pressed down on the stone walls of the dimly lit chamber. A flickering torch illuminated the stark shadows, dancing along the hieroglyphs etched into the cold rock, stories of gods and pharaohs, of life and the unyielding grip of death. I could hear the faint rustle of linen, the ghostly whisper of the past swirling around me. My heart raced, a frantic drum against my ribcage, as I stood there, the secrets of the buried world threatening to swallow me whole. Did you hear that? Sarah's voice trembled, barely more than a breath. She was close, her eyes wide and glistening like polished obsidian, reflecting both fear and an insatiable curiosity that drew us deeper into the darkness. Probably just the wind, I lied, though a chill snaked up my spine, and I could almost taste the fear that hung in the air. An ancient presence lingered here, something that had not rested peacefully for thousands of years. I felt a deep, unsettling connection to it, a dark thread weaving through my very being. Or something worse, Jason muttered, his voice thick with skepticism but laced with a tinge of terror. He was the realist of our trio, the one who always sought logic amidst the chaos. Yet his trembling hands betrayed him as he reached for his flashlight, the beam cutting through the encroaching shadows. I remembered the lecture on Egyptian afterlife beliefs, the reverence for Osiris, the god of resurrection who held dominion over the dead. They believed the soul's journey began with a perilous passage, fraught with trials that dictated whether one would dwell in eternal paradise or be devoured by the monstrous Amit. I had laughed then, found it absurd. How could anyone fear the great beyond when life itself was so terrifying? But now, the weight of those ancient beliefs pressed against my chest like a tombstone, and I found myself questioning everything. Look at these inscriptions, I whispered, kneeling before a wall. My fingers traced the lines of a pharaoh's final journey, a haunting depiction of a soul being judged. They thought death was just the beginning. Jason scoffed, but I could see the flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Great. So we get to hang out with mummies and gods. Sounds like a party. My pulse quickened as Sarah knelt beside me, her breath hitching as she read the delicate hieroglyphs. What if they are still here? You know, what if they never left? The question hung in the air, thick and suffocating, threading fear into the very fabric of the chamber. I shivered and stood up too quickly, the world tilting for a moment. That's just folklore. Just stories. But even as I spoke, my conviction wavered. The shadows seemed to breathe around us, alive with whispers of the past, echoing through time like a long-forgotten song. Then, a sound, a low, rumbling growl that reverberated through the stone. My heart slammed in my chest. Did you hear that? I gasped, my voice cracking, the impossibility of the moment coiling around my throat like a noose. Jason's flashlight flickered, a strobe light in the heavy darkness, illuminating nothing but shadows that danced mockingly away from the beam. It's nothing. The growl thundered again, louder this time, vibrations rolling through the stone floor and into our bones. Sarah pressed her back against the wall, eyes wide, reflecting the light like a frightened animal caught in the gaze of a predator. No. That's not just wind. We need to get out of here. But I hesitated, drawn by something deeper, a magnetic pull toward the mysteries entombed within the walls. Wait, I murmured, feeling the tug of past lives echoing in my veins. What if it's a message? What if it's a bloody monster? Jason snapped, panic flaring in his voice. This is crazy. I could see the fear etched across his face, a blend of bravado and terror, as if he were caught between the rational world he lived in and the ethereal whispers of the afterlife haunting us. I remembered his late-night rants about the absurdity of believing in ghosts and the supernatural. How we laughed at the mere thought. But now, as shadows morphed and twisted around us, his bravado crumbled, leaving only raw vulnerability. Let's just go, Sarah pleaded, her voice shaking. I can't do this. But something deep inside me resisted. No. Not yet. I felt the pull of the unknown, the allure of what lay buried beneath our feet. Mummies shrouded in mystery, their souls yearning for recognition, for understanding. What if we're meant to be here? To witness this? Jason's eyes narrowed, his disbelief palpable. This is madness. We're trespassing on sacred ground. You're not some archaeologist. You're just a what? I shot back, emotions boiling over. Just a girl haunted by the thoughts of what happens when we die? Just someone seeking a connection where there's only silence. A heartbeat passed, a fragile moment stretched like the fabric of time itself. I could see the flicker of understanding in his eyes, a shared vulnerability that transcended the fear rattling our cages. You think this is about understanding? He asked softly. You think we'll find answers in this tomb? I remember, my voice was low, thick with emotion. I remember the stories, the way they spoke of the afterlife, how they believed in rebirth and judgment. I remember the fear mingling with hope, something that transcended life as we know it. What if it's not just a story? What if we're more than just flesh and bones? The darkness whispered around us, a seductive lullaby, and I felt the presence of something ancient, something that watched and waited. The chamber felt alive, humming with the resonance of lost souls yearning for connection, for acknowledgement. And then there was silence, a heavy, suffocating pause that left my heart racing, a void filled with the weight of unspoken words. I could feel the boundary between the living and the dead blurring, and in that moment, I grasped the truth. Every heartbeat echoed through time, and every breath held the weight of our choices, our beliefs, our fears. Stay, I breathed. Just stay. The shadows trembled with potential, a dark promise hanging in the air as we stood on the precipice of a confrontation that could change everything. Outside, the world continued its relentless march forward, oblivious to the ancient secrets buried beneath the surface. But here, in this chamber, we were caught in a web of history and belief, the past reaching out like a hand from the grave, begging us to listen, to understand. And as the growl echoed again, a harbinger of the unknown, I felt the pulse of life, fragile, terrifying, and beautiful, pushing us toward an awakening we could not yet comprehend. The air crackles with an unspoken tension, a heavy blanket pressing down on the city of Thebes. The sun hangs low, an angry orb bleeding red over the horizon, casting long shadows that claw at the ancient stones. I remember that moment. The ground trembles beneath my feet, not from an earthquake, but from the furious march of Ramses II's army. The heartbeat of Egypt, alive with the promise of conquest, echoes as I stand in the heart of it all, my pulse quickening with each thunderous step. Amidst the clamor, there's Kinwasit, the prince, standing tall yet trembling. His eyes, deep pools of uncertainty, dart nervously to the faces around him. I can feel his heart racing, a wild drum against the backdrop of warriors who would do anything for glory. Kinwasit is not just a prince, he is a man caught in the grip of expectation, a son of Ramesses, burdened with the weight of a legacy that demands greatness, even if it crushes him. The whispers of his father's triumphs are like ghosts, haunting him at every turn. What will they think if I fail? He mutters under his breath, a question that chokes him like the thick dust swirling around. And there stands Mere, a woman whose heart beats differently, fiercely, in rebellion against the confines of her world. I remember the glint of defiance in her eyes as she watches Kinwasit from the shadows. She is a healer, a whisperer of ancient remedies and dreams. But now, as war looms, she's trapped in a cage of fear. I can save them, she murmurs, grappling with the weight of her gifts. But can I save him? The tension coils around her like a serpent, each breath a struggle against the terror of loss. Her heart, a fire in the dark, battles the chill of reality. The city stirs with an uneasy energy, the air thick with the scent of sweat and the tang of impending bloodshed. I remember the cries of the people rising, a cacophony of hope and dread, their fears spilling over like spilled ink on parchment. The priests chant, invoking the favor of the gods, but I can feel their desperation, an echo of the doubts that slither through the hearts of the faithful. They seek assurance, but the gods remain silent, hidden behind a veil of uncertainty. Marching closer, Ramses himself appears, a colossus against the twilight, radiating power and an unsettling charisma. His presence is magnetic, drawing the eyes of all, but beneath the surface lies a tempest. I feel the churning within him, the relentless drive that pushes him forward, yet also the gnawing fear of failure. I am Ramses, the Great, he declares, voice booming like thunder. His words ignite a fire in the hearts of his warriors, yet they mask his fear, for every great victory demands a sacrifice. Remember me, he urges, and in that moment, I glimpse the truth, every triumph comes at a cost. Kinwasit watches his father, pain etched across his features. What if my name is forgotten? The thought lingers, a poison in his mind. Can the weight of a crown crush a soul? He steps forward, drawn to the chaos, yet held back by a deeper terror, the fear of becoming just another ghost in the annals of history, a fleeting whisper lost to time. As the sun dips lower, painting the sky crimson, his resolve hardens, he cannot let that happen. Not today. Mere's voice cuts through the din, trembling yet resolute. Kinwasit, she calls, desperation weaving through her words. The prince turns, and for a heartbeat, the world quiets. Don't let the fear of failure drown you. Fight, not for glory, but for your soul. There's an intensity in her gaze, a flicker of something beyond mere words, an understanding of the battle raging within him. I remember their connection, electric and raw, a thread woven through the fabric of fate. The sky darkens, and the city breathes in a collective sigh as the army prepares for battle. The weight of history looms overhead, an unseen spectre that revels in the chaos to come. I feel the pulse of the moment, the inevitability of conflict that vibrates through the ground, a warning and a promise entwined. Shadows creep closer, shrouding the heart of Thebes, as the last rays of sunlight are devoured by the night. Ramses raises his sword, the blade catching the last glimmers of light, and the roar of his soldiers rises like a tempest. For Egypt, they cry, but I hear the echo of something darker, a call to war, a siren song that can lead to ruin. I remember the faces of the warriors, fierce and beautiful, transformed by the promise of blood and honor. Yet each battle takes its toll. Each life lost is a weight upon Kinwasit's soul, a reminder of the fragility of existence. In that fateful moment, time seems to stretch and fracture. Kinwasit glances at Mere, and in their eyes, 1,000 unspoken words linger. Will they survive this night? Will they be nothing more than shadows drifting through the corridors of history? The fear is palpable, a living entity that wraps around their hearts. Yet in the darkness, there is a flicker, a hope that defies the weight of fate. And as the battle cry reverberates through the air, I feel the world shift. The clocks of history tick forward, marking each moment with a thundering pulse. In the shadows, the past and future intertwine, forging an unbreakable bond. Kinwasit steels himself, the shadows whispering promises of greatness, while Mere's heart races, caught between love and loss. Ramses stands at the precipice, a hero teetering on the edge of destiny. The battle looms, inevitable as the dawn that must follow, and in that moment, the tapestry of their lives is woven with threads of ambition, fear, and love. The city of Thebes, heavy with history, waits. The cosmos holds its breath, and I stand there, feeling it all, every heartbeat, every pulse of emotion. The stage is set, the players ready. The story will not end, it will echo, alive and raw, as the shadows dance and the dawn approaches. The clock struck midnight, and the shadows danced along the walls like lost souls. A flickering streetlight outside cast a ghostly glow across the faces of the two figures huddled beneath the crumbling archway. In this forgotten corner of the city, whispers of history lingered, but tonight was different. Darkness held its breath, as if waiting for a spark, a moment that would ignite the fire of long-buried memories. I remember the tension hanging thick in the air like a storm cloud, ominous, electric. Ilara's eyes were wild, darting like trapped birds. He was the greatest, she hissed, her voice barely above a whisper, pleading, Ramses II, he captured time itself. Don't you see? His legacy lives within us. The passion in her words was palpable, it wrapped around us like a shroud, suffocating yet intoxicating. I could feel her desperation, a raw urgency that gnawed at her insides, compelling her to fight against the tides of oblivion. Across from her, Marcus leaned against the cold, unforgiving stone, arms crossed, a fortress of skepticism. A man who enslaved thousands? A king who turned the Nile red with blood? You romanticize him, Ilara. You can't ignore the darkness. His voice trembled, not with fear, but with pain, a wound that ran deeper than the surface could show. In his eyes, I saw reflections of battles fought and lost, of ghosts that haunted not just the world but his heart. The night thickened, and I felt the weight of their conflict press down on my chest. How could I reconcile their worlds, the love for the past and the disdain for its brutality? I wanted to scream, but instead, I stood there, a silent witness, my own heart a drum echoing with uncertainty. Each statue, each inscription, Ilara continued, passion swirling around her like a tempest, they sing his praises, and they scream his sorrow. He was a man, flawed and magnificent. I could see the flicker of a candle in her mind, illuminating the grandeur of ancient temples, the triumphant parades, the echoes of laughter that had once filled the air. But Marcus was a wall of ice. Magnificence doesn't excuse tyranny, Ilara. Look at the price. His voice cracked, revealing the fissures in his stoic facade. I felt the ache of his words, I could sense the shadows of his own history clawing at him, a relentless tide of guilt and sorrow. Do you think those who suffered would celebrate his pyramids? Around us, the city breathed softly, a heartbeat synchronized with our own. Time was a fickle mistress, her fingers trailing across the raw cuts of our souls. I glanced at the crumbling stone beneath our feet, remnants of a past that echoed with both glory and despair. This is what he left behind, I whispered, feeling the ghosts of forgotten legacies whispering their truths. This is what we inherit. The air crackled again, and suddenly, it felt as if the very cosmos paused, anticipating what would come next. A restless wind rustled the leaves above, as if nature herself held her breath, waiting for resolution. Ilara, I spoke her name like a prayer, hoping to bridge the chasm growing wider between them. What is it you truly seek? My voice trembled, each word heavy with unasked questions. She turned her gaze to me, and in that moment, I saw it, the fierce longing mixed with a haunting loneliness. I want to remember him. I want to remember us, all of us, our shared humanity. I want to feel again the pulse of history, the hope in our veins. Marcus shifted, uncertainty flickering across his face. But at what cost? We can't romance the past without acknowledging its atrocities. How do we carry that weight? Outside, the streetlights flickered ominously, shadows merging and separating in a chaotic dance. It felt like the world held its breath, the answer teetering on the edge of existence, waiting for a single word to tip the balance. I could feel the darkness creeping in, wrapping around us like a suffocating fog. I remember, Ilara's voice was fragile, yet fierce. I remember standing before the great temple of Abu Simbel, feeling the ancient stones whisper secrets of power and ambition. But I also remember the faces of those who built it, their hands calloused and worn. They lived and died for a vision, but what was their legacy? Her words poured forth, a torrent of grief and hope, entwined like vines in a forgotten garden. I want to unearth that, to bring their stories to light. I'm not asking for blind adoration, I seek understanding, a connection that transcends time. And then it hit me, the essence of their battle wasn't just about Ramses II, it was a struggle within themselves, a fight for identity, for meaning in a world that too often buried its truths beneath layers of grandeur and glory. But Marcus wasn't ready to yield. You want to uncover lost voices, but what if they scream? What if they beg us to remember their pain? Are you prepared for that, Ilara? His words were daggers, sharp and cutting, filled with the urgency of a man who had carried his own burdens for far too long. The silence that followed was deafening. Each breath felt heavy with the weight of history, the past pressing against our chests like a tidal wave. I could sense the walls closing in, each heartbeat echoing louder than the last. Ilara, I dared to reach for her, my hand hovering, suspended in the balance between fear and courage. What if we don't just remember the glory? What if we embrace the shadows too? And in that moment, the city felt alive with possibilities, an echo of ancient voices rising up through the cracks of time, begging us to confront them, to see them, to feel them. The clock ticked on, mercilessly. The confrontation loomed, raw and inevitable, and I knew we were caught in a web spun by the past, a tapestry of pain, power, and redemption. As their gazes locked, I felt the air thrum with an energy that was almost electric. And I found myself standing at the precipice, heart racing, yearning for the next moment, the moment when these two souls would collide, and perhaps, just perhaps, the Ramses II phenomenon would illuminate not just the greatness of a king, but the haunting truths of humanity itself. The moon hung low over the city of Thebes, its silver glow barely penetrating the heavy shroud of night that lay over the land. I remember the shadows stretching like twisted fingers across the stone streets, echoing the whispers of 1,000 untold tales. This was not just a night, it was a heartbeat, an ominous pulse throbbing through the heart of Egypt. The air was thick with the scent of incense and something more unsettling, a hint of despair that settled like dust on ancient stones. As I walked, the soft crunch of gravel beneath my sandals felt like the ticking of a clock, each step a mark against the passage of time. There was urgency in the air, a tension that could snap like a taut string. I could feel it in the way the night creatures fell silent, how the guards at the gate stood rigid, eyes darting nervously as though sensing the storm that brewed on the horizon. The people of Egypt were restless, their hearts heavy with stories of Ramses II, their great pharaoh, each tale a thread woven into the fabric of their national identity, tugging at the seams, threatening to unravel. In the dim glow of a flickering torch, I spotted them, two figures cloaked in shadow, their eyes glinting with a mix of fear and determination. Aset, a fiery spirit with a heart as fierce as the desert sun, clutched a tattered scroll, its edges frayed like her patience. Beside her stood Nefri, wiry and anxious, a young soldier whose loyalty to Ramses was both a shield and a burden. They had come to confront the specter of their own history, a ghost that loomed large, the legacy of a ruler who had shaped their world and yet suffocated it under the weight of his ambition. "I can't do this, Aset." "Not now," Nefri whispered, his voice trembling, the fear evident in his wide, dark eyes. "What if the rumors are true? What if, stop?" Aset's voice cut through the night, sharp and clear. "We cannot back down. Ramses is our past, our present, and, for better or worse, he may be our future. This is about more than just him, it's about us, our identity as Egyptians. We can't let his shadow consume us." I could feel the raw intensity of their emotion swirling around, thick and suffocating. They were caught in a tempest of allegiance and doubt, each struggling to reconcile the glory of their forefather with the rising tide of discontent among the people. I remember the stories, the towering statues, the breathtaking temples, every monument a testament to Ramses's might. But beneath that grandeur lay whispers of tyranny, of a ruler who crushed dissent beneath the weight of his own legacy. Nefri's hand shook as he gripped the scroll tighter, the parchment crinkling, a reminder of the fragile nature of their beliefs. What if he was wrong? What if the gods we prayed to are just figments of our imagination, hiding from the truth? His voice cracked, vulnerability spilling over like a wave. "I fear we've built our lives on sand, and one day it will all wash away." Aset stepped closer, her fierce spirit igniting like a flame. "And what if we're the ones to change that tide, Nefri? What if we can redefine who we are? Ramses may have shaped our past, but we have the power to shape our future." Her words hung in the air, thick with possibility. It was a plea, a challenge, a desperate hope wrapped in layers of fear and determination. I felt my heart race, caught in their fervor. The weight of Ramses hung over them like a storm cloud, casting a shadow that threatened to consume their very souls. Around them, the ancient city stirred, restless and alive. The wind howled like a wounded beast, carrying with it the cries of a people torn between loyalty and liberty. What if the pharaoh could hear us? I thought. Would he smile from his granite facade, or would he frown, displeased? The thought sent shivers down my spine, the air crackling with the energy of unspoken fears. As they stood there, shadows dancing along the walls of the pyramids in the distance, I remembered the children's laughter echoing through the alleyways, the cries of market vendors hawking their wares, the vibrant colors of life against the stark backdrop of the stone giants that had witnessed millennia of triumphs and tragedies. I remembered the day I first learned of Ramses, a figure so colossal, his very name a thunderclap throughout history. And now, I stood witness to the struggle of two souls yearning to break free from the chains of expectation, wrestling with the legacy of a man who had carved his identity into the very bones of a nation. "Let's go," Aset said, her voice snapping me back to the moment. "We can't let fear bind us. What if, by confronting the past, we can reclaim our identity? Let's be the architects of a new Egypt." Her words ignited a spark in Nefri's eyes, a flicker of courage fighting against the shadows of doubt. "You're right," he whispered, the conviction growing in his voice. "We must not let our fears overshadow our dreams. Together, we can honor the past without being shackled by it." With each step they took, I felt their resolve harden like the very stones that built their land. The tension in the air shifted, the weight of history swirling around them like an ancient hymn, vibrating with unyielding energy. They were no longer just a soldier and a spirited dreamer, they were a movement, a whisper of change that echoed through the ages. The moon hung like a witness above them, and as they walked, the shadows of the past began to recede, giving way to the dawning realization that their identities were not merely shaped by the pharaoh's legacy but could be forged anew, fueled by their shared aspirations and defiant hearts. And so, the night wore on, each heartbeat a reminder of the power that lay within the people of Egypt, with Ramses II looming large, a constant reminder of the paradox of greatness, both a beacon and a burden. The air thickened with possibility, the very fabric of their identity hanging in the balance, waiting for a breath, a whisper, an act of courage to tip the scales. The darkness was still there, but so was the light, a fragile, flickering flame that dared to challenge the shadows and rewrite the story of a nation. Time would tell, but for now, the pulse of Egypt beat strong, fierce, alive. The sun hung low, a molten orb bleeding crimson across the horizon, casting long shadows that danced like restless spirits on the weathered stones of ancient Thebes. I stood in the midst of the ruins, my heart pounding in my chest, the heat suffocating but alive with tension. The air was thick, thick with the whispers of history, secrets entombed in silence, and the weight of 1,000 unanswered questions pressed down upon me. Ramses II loomed over me, an indomitable figure carved from stone yet pulsing with a life that felt almost palpable. The narratives wrapped around him, each one a fragile filament of truth and myth, swirled in my mind, creating a tempest of doubt. Who was he really? The warrior king, the god among men, or merely a man cloaked in the grandeur of his own making? My thoughts spiraled, gnawing at the corners of my sanity, as I glanced at Miriam, the historian whose fervor rivaled a wildfire. Her eye sparkled with a manic intensity, fueled by a passion that danced dangerously close to obsession. "I remember," she said, her voice a hoarse whisper, "the first time I laid eyes on his monument. It was as if time itself had convulsed, everything else faded, and all that remained was Ramses. Can you feel it?" I nodded, but her fervor sent a shiver through me. The shadows on the stones almost seemed to shift, reflecting her resolve, a resolve that bordered on madness. She was a believer, a crusader in the name of historical integrity, clutching the weight of the past like a talisman against the present's relentless march. But the more she clung to her truth, the more it twisted, danced, and slipped through her fingers like sand. Across the ruins, Elias stood, arms crossed, a scowl etched into his rugged features. His skepticism was a fortress, walls built high against the seductive tide of Miriam's fervor. It's all theatrics. Miriam, he shouted, his voice echoing against the stone like thunder. Ramses was a master of propaganda. A king who painted his triumphs over failures, who swept the blood of his enemies beneath the sands. You're reading a script, not history. The tension snapped, electric and palpable, as if the very air conspired to trap us in this moment. I felt the rise of panic, like a coiled serpent ready to strike. Here we stood, three souls intertwined in a debate as ancient as the stones beneath our feet, each of us haunted by our own demons. I remember, I whispered to myself, recalling the countless nights spent poring over texts, the smell of parchment and ink thick in the air, the figures leaping from the pages, their stories a haunting lullaby. I wanted to believe in the epic tale of Ramses, to lose myself in the grandeur of his victories, yet the spectre of their cost loomed like a shadow, darkening the light of glory. Miriam's eyes sparkled like stars against a velvety night, but the tremor in her voice betrayed her. But he was a man. A flawed, beautiful man wrestling with the weight of his legacy. Can't you see it? Elias scoffed, his dismissal ringing hollow in the stillness. Is that what you want? To humanize a tyrant? History isn't a fairy tale, Miriam. It's a mirror reflecting our darkest truths. He was not the hero you wish him to be. The shadows grew long, stretching toward us, as if they bore witness to our torment. The ghosts of the past crowded in, their whispers hissing warnings of nuance lost to time. What is accuracy? I thought, my heart racing with the enormity of it all. What is the truth if it's buried beneath layers of glory and shame? The weight of knowledge pressed down, an invisible yoke that threatened to crush us all. Miriam's face flushed with desperation, her fingers curling into fists at her sides. And what of the human cost? She shot back, voice rising with a fierce energy. Those who fell beneath his chariots? Those who built his temples but never saw the light of day? Are they not part of this story? The sun dipped lower, the sky bleeding into twilight, and I felt the chill of night creeping in, wrapping its fingers around my heart. My thoughts twisted as I waded through the depths of our debate, longing to grasp something certain, something solid amid the chaos of perspective and interpretation. I remember, I whispered again, a mantra against the encroaching darkness. With every heartbeat, the silence grew thicker, each tick of the ancient clock echoing in my ears, taunting me with its reminder of time's relentless march. I could hear the whispers of the long dead. What legends will they craft of you? When you are dust, what will remain? And I could feel it, the pulse of history, an unyielding force that bound us to the past while severing our understanding from it. Miriam stepped closer, her resolve wavering, and for a moment, I saw the flicker of vulnerability in her gaze. What if Ramses wasn't just a king? What if he was a man lost among gods? Her voice trembled, a fragile thread that echoed through the ruins. What if he bled just like us, felt pain, joy, doubt? What if he was searching for redemption? Elias's expression darkened, a tempest brewing in his chest, but I could sense the tide shifting between them. The air thickened, electric, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting. You can't redeem the blood, he screamed, fists clenched, his heart a fortress against her rising tide of empathy. His conquests are stained with the lives of innocents. You're romanticizing a monster. And in that moment, the world fell silent. The sun surrendered to the horizon, shadows mingled with darkness, and I felt the weight of despair settling on my shoulders. I stood, caught in the collision of their conflicting passions, teetering on the precipice of understanding and denial. Time ebbed and flowed around us, a river of history that carved through the stone of our souls. The debate, raw and unyielding, surged like a storm, each word a clash of thunder, each silence a sigh of history's ghosts. The confrontation loomed like a storm cloud, heavy with the promise of release, yet it remained elusive, a tantalizing echo that spiraled around us, never quite colliding. The cosmos shifted, the very fabric of our understanding quaking beneath the weight of our emotions, our fears, our hopes. And as the last rays of light faded and the stars blinked into existence, I could feel it deep within my core, the haunting realization that history is not merely a collection of facts, but a tapestry woven with the threads of human experience, fraught with flaws and imperfections. A debate that would never truly end, only circle back, haunting us like the shadows of the past. The sun hung low over the gilded horizon, casting shadows that danced like the ghosts of ancient pharaohs. I stood at the foot of the Great Pyramid, the air thick with the scent of sand and ambition, feeling the pulse of thousands of years beating beneath my feet. The whispers of the city echoed in my mind, voices of the living and the dead, clashing in a cacophony of hope and despair. My heart raced, not just for the grandeur of the stone but for the legacy carved into its very essence. Ramses, I breathed, the name a sacred incantation, a tether to the man whose hands shaped this world. But even in that sacredness, an unsettling chill threaded through my thoughts, a reminder that every throne bears the weight of blood. In the shadows of the temple, I saw her. Nefertari, the queen, her eyes aflame with crackling defiance. She was not just a figurehead, not merely the adornment to his glory. No, she was the heart of Ramses II, thrumming with life, with desire, and with a brutal understanding of her power. Her fingers trembled as they traced the hieroglyphs etched into the stone, a silent plea for her voice to resonate beyond the grave. "Do they remember me?" she whispered, her voice a haunting melody, barely more than a sigh. I longed to answer, to reassure her that the world remembered. That history was merely a veil, only partially obscuring the truths it buried. But my tongue was heavy with the weight of her sorrow, the ache of unfulfilled dreams pressing against my chest. Every statue of Ramses spoke of victories, of battles won and lands conquered. But what of the battles within? What of the victory of love, twisted by the very power that exalted him? His laughter echoed in the corridors of my mind, a booming sound that could command nations, yet it rang hollow against the silence of his heart. "I see all that you are," Nefertari said, her gaze piercing through the veil of time. "I see the man who feared to love too deeply, lest it unravel his empire." And in that moment, I felt the shudder of history itself, a ripple across the fabric of time. Ramses II, the warrior, the builder, the god, sat alone in his opulent chambers, cloaked in the gold of his triumphs, yet stripped bare of vulnerability. Shadows clung to him, whispering secrets he dared not confront. He was a king without solace, a deity whose own creations haunted him. "Am I a legend or a fool?" he had asked once, a fleeting moment of uncertainty clouding his steely resolve. The question echoed through the ages, reverberating off the ancient stones that had witnessed both his grandeur and despair. I stood there, caught between the starlit sky and the sun-soaked earth, feeling the gravity of his legacy press down on my chest. Ramses, with all his glory, had crafted a world that would remember him, yet he remained a man, flawed, fearful, yearning. Nefertari's love was his salvation and his curse. In the tapestry of their lives woven through passion and pain, I sensed the threads were fraying, ready to unravel at the first touch of time's cruel hand. "Every moment," she continued, her voice like a soft breeze, "is a ghost waiting to be unveiled. I am not just your queen, I am the memory that haunts your every step." And the desert wind carried her words, swirling around me, pulling me closer into their storm. I felt the warmth of their love against the chill of heartbreak, the push and pull of a relationship marred by power. Each kiss, a dagger, every embrace, a promise forever out of reach. "Remember me," she begged, and I couldn't help but wonder, if history is written by the victors, are the love stories lost in the shadows of their conquests? Ramses II built temples that touched the sky, yet within those walls, he erected barriers higher than any stone. I could see it in the way he gazed at her, an unquenchable fire flickering behind his regal facade, the desire to tell her, "You are my everything." But the weight of expectation silenced him, cuffed him to a throne where vulnerability felt like defeat. And so, their love story spiraled into tragedy, a relentless cycle of yearning and despair. With every victory, Ramses distanced himself from the very essence of what made him human. I could see it, the moments lost to the pursuit of greatness, the laughter stolen by fear of failure. Nefertari's beauty was her own curse, the power she wielded melting away with every passing year, every child born into a world that cradled empires but crushed the personal. "I remember," I whispered, heart heavy with their burdens, "the nights when your laughter echoed like the sweetest music." Would the world remember the echoes of their love, or only the stones that bore witness to a king's glory? The clock struck in the distance, the sound a reminder that time waits for no one, not even gods. Will they carve my name into the sands of time? Ramses mused in a moment of solitude, his voice laced with uncertainty. Time was a thief, and they were all just shadows dancing in the moonlight, waiting for dawn to steal them away. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of crimson despair, I could feel the weight of their legacy press against my chest, a legacy built not just on victories, but on the poignant ache of love and loss, intertwined like the very roots of the trees that stood sentinel over the sands. In that moment, I understood. Their story was not just of a king and his queen, it was a reflection of humanity itself, a relentless pursuit of greatness shadowed by the tender, haunting echoes of love. And here I stood, a mere observer, caught in the web of their emotions, feeling the pulse of their lives echo through the ages. The desert wind roared around me, carrying whispers of the past, and I was left wondering, what would the future hold? Would their love, their struggles, entwine with the fabric of time, or sink beneath the sands, lost to the ages? The tension hung thick in the air, and I felt it, an electric current, a heart-wrenching reminder that the echoes of Ramses II would resonate long after he had crumbled to dust. And as darkness fell, I too was swallowed by the shadows, forever bound to a love that transcended time. The moon hung low in the sky, a blood-red orb blinking lazily, as if it were half asleep, and the city of Thebes shivered beneath its eerie gaze. Whispers of the past danced through the air, flickering like shadows across cobblestones slick with ancient rain, the scent of damp earth mingling with the metallic tang of impending storm. I stood there, heart pounding, as the echoes of conflict wrapped around me. Beneath the surface of a seemingly tranquil night, tension brewed like a storm waiting to break, and the people of Thebes felt it too, a gnawing anxiety tightening around their throats. Kia, a woman both fierce and fragile, stood at the edge of the palace courtyard, her hands trembling as she clutched a small, ornate dagger. It glinted in the moonlight, a cruel promise of what was to come. I remember, she whispered, voice barely above a breath, when I believed in the might of the Ramesside crown. There was a softness in her eyes, betraying the warrior within, a love that clawed at the remnants of her heart. She had once been the favored consort, but now she felt like a ghost haunting the very halls that had once echoed with the laughter of their children. A shadow moved in the distance, and my breath caught. It was Ramesses, the pharaoh himself, his regal bearing marred by the weight of the world he bore on his shoulders. The crown, heavy with the legacy of his forefathers, rested like a curse upon his brow. I remember, he muttered, just loud enough for me to catch the tremor in his words. When my name was a song of power, not a dirge of despair. He held his head high, but his eyes betrayed a deep-seated fear that the empire he had inherited was crumbling, pieces of it scattering like sand in the wind. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and ash, I could taste the bitterness of betrayal on my tongue. The people of Thebes had grown restless, murmuring tales of treachery, of alliances forged in the dark, of a conspiracy that snaked through the cobbled streets like a poisonous vine. And in that moment, I felt it, a connection, raw and intense, binding us three together in this web of treachery and longing. Do you think they would turn against us? Kia asked, voice shaking with unspoken fears. Her dagger glimmered defiantly, a sliver of hope in a world that felt increasingly dark. Do you think they would let the light of Ramesses be extinguished? Her words hung in the air, an uninvited specter creeping into our hearts. I could feel both of them waiting for my answer, expecting me to be the anchor in this storm. But I was adrift, lost in the chaotic sea of emotions threatening to swallow me whole. Ramesses stepped closer, his gaze boring into mine, searching, pleading. We must unite, Kia, he said, his voice a low rumble, primal and insistent. The empire is at stake. We cannot afford to show weakness. The anguish etched on his face made my heart ache. He was a king burdened not just by a crown, but by the blood of his ancestors that flowed through his veins, a lineage steeped in glory and tragedy. And as he spoke, I felt the weight of their expectations closing around us like a vice. I remember the day you declared war on the Hittites, I whispered, my own memories entwined with theirs. The glory, the promises of victory that filled the air like the sweet scent of blooming jasmine. But now, in this moment, those memories felt tainted, drenched in shadows. What have we become? I asked, my voice breaking, the question hanging heavy between us. Kia's breath quickened, a rush of desperation. I am tired of bloodshed. Tired of this endless cycle of violence. Her words cut through the tension like a blade, fierce and unyielding. There was fire in her spirit, a yearning for something beyond the throne, something human, something hopeful. "Can we not forge a new path?" she pleaded, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. But the night answered only with silence, a heavy blanket wrapped around us, stifling all but the pulse of our fears. Ramesses' jaw clenched, the tension coiling in his muscles like a taut bowstring ready to snap. "What you propose is treason," he said, each word thick with the gravity of tradition and expectation. "The crown demands loyalty, and you would tear apart the very fabric of our kingdom. Is loyalty worth more than life?" Kia shot back, her voice rising, vibrant and defiant. "What is a throne if it rests upon the bones of the dead?" Her passion sparked something within me, a flicker of hope battling against the encroaching darkness. I wanted to scream, to cry out against the chains that bound us, but the fear of the unknown held me back. The moon's glow flickered behind storm clouds, casting our faces in shadow, and for a moment, I couldn't tell where Kia ended and Ramesses began. We were all intertwined, our fates woven together like threads of a fraying tapestry. I could feel the storm brewing, the tides of fate shifting, and we stood at the precipice, teetering on the edge of an abyss. "We are more than crowns and daggers," I whispered, my voice trembling, yet filled with a courage I scarcely knew I possessed. "We are flesh and bone, blood and tears. We can choose something different." The weight of my words hung in the air, a fragile hope suspended between us, overshadowed by the specter of loyalty and betrayal. But Ramesses shook his head, a storm brewing in his dark eyes. "The world does not bend to dreams. It demands power, and blood, and sacrifice." His voice was raw, a thunderclap breaking apart the fragile moment we had created. And with that, the calm before the storm shattered, sweeping us into chaos. In that instant, everything changed. The shadows closed in, and I could feel the ground shift beneath us, the world tilting precariously. I held my breath, knowing that the confrontation we all feared was inevitable, a reckoning that would change the fabric of our existence. The palace around us began to pulse with a life of its own, a living entity that mirrored our turmoil. I remember the sound of footsteps approaching, an army of phantoms gathering in the distance, the echoes of their march reverberating through the night. The tension thrummed in my veins, a heartbeat that pulsed with the weight of choices unmade, and in that moment, I knew that whatever lay ahead would define not just us, but the entire continuation of the Rameside dynasty. In the darkness, we stood, hearts racing, breaths mingling, the air thick with unspoken words and restless shadows. The storm was here, and we were caught in its fierce embrace. The air was thick, the kind of silence that clings to you like a damp shroud, a moment suspended in time, heavy with unspoken fears. The darkness felt alive, pulsating, a heartbeat echoing through the centuries. I stood in front of the grand statue of Ramses II, his stone gaze locked onto something far beyond the horizon. The world had forgotten, the universe had spun on, but here, in this sacred space, time was a mere illusion. All around me was the weight of history, a cacophony of whispers, secrets, and shadows brushing against my skin, igniting a shiver down my spine. I could feel the intensity of two souls burning beside me. Layla, a passionate scholar, her heart thrashed against her ribs like a trapped bird, desperate to escape the cage of academic rigor. "Look at him," she breathed, her voice trembling with a wild intensity. "Look at the power, the ambition. He was a god among men, a tyrant, yes, but a god." Her eyes sparkled with a fervor that made me wonder if she feared or revered him. Was she seduced by the glimmer of ancient glory or haunted by the weight of his tyranny? I wanted to ask, but the words felt trapped in my throat. Beside her was Omar, cool and contemplative, his brow furrowed as if trying to decipher a cryptic puzzle. He scoffed, a sharp laugh escaping his lips. God? He was a murderer, Layla. He wiped out nations, turned lives into dust. His legacy isn't a tale of glory, it's a goddamn tragedy. I felt the crackle of tension, the electric pull between them as they stood at the crossroads of history, two hearts entangled, each clinging to their truth like a lifeline. Would they find common ground, or would they shatter like glass, splintering under the weight of their convictions? Then, the shadows shifted. I swear I saw Ramses flex his stone muscles, the very fabric of the past whispering in a forgotten tongue. I remember the legends, the battle cries of his chariots, the blood-soaked sands of Kadesh. A chilling thought licked at my consciousness: every heroic tale hides a monster beneath its grandeur. My heart raced like a wild stallion, pounding the rhythm of ancient wars. The echoes of his conquests were not mere stories, they were ghosts, living and breathing, lurking in the corners of my mind, laughing at the audacity of men who thought they could tame the cosmos. Ramses II was a product of his time, I murmured, attempting to bridge the chasm that lay between Layla's fervor and Omar's disdain. He was both the tyrant and the victim, a man swept away by currents he couldn't control. My voice faltered under the weight of scrutiny, two pairs of eyes locked onto me like hawks poised to strike. I felt like a fool, standing there, caught in a web of passion and pain, but the truth clawed at me like a rabid animal, relentless. I remember, Layla began, her voice softening, the fire dimming but not extinguishing. I remember the stories of his beloved Nefertari, the love that bloomed like a desert flower, stubborn and beautiful. It was something pure amid the chaos. Her words fell like rain on parched earth, awakening something fragile in the pit of my stomach. But what of her, then? What did she mean to him? Was she his muse or just another trophy in his endless conquest? Omar shook his head, his features tightening. She was a sacrifice, Layla. A pawn in his game of power. Love can't exist in a world ruled by fear. There's no romance in the grip of tyranny. His voice was a low rumble, like the distant roll of thunder, foreboding yet enticing. The tension thickened, a taut string vibrating with the potential for violence or revelation. I felt a wave of catharsis wash through me, an uninvited guest of emotion crashing against the shore of my reason. But what if, I whispered, barely daring to breathe, what if they were both? What if, in the depths of his ambition, there lay a flicker of humanity, a yearning for connection that was drowned in the blood of his enemies? The shadows seemed to lean closer, as if eavesdropping on our fragile discourse. In that moment, I could see them, Ramses and Nefertari, caught in a dance of love and power, the lines blurred like the fading colors of twilight. The air around us buzzed, electric with possibilities, the past stretching out before us like an unending desert. There's a truth hidden in his inscriptions, Layla pressed on, her eyes lit with fervent inspiration. He built temples, left behind monuments, an attempt to defy time itself. Isn't there beauty in that? In wanting to be remembered. But Omar's skepticism was a steel wall, unyielding. What is beauty when it's built on the bones of the broken? His legacy is one of blood and betrayal. Those statues are just reminders of the scars he left behind. I felt the air crackle between them, a tenuous thread of unresolved tension, each word a dagger thrown into the fray. The scent of history hung heavy, a bittersweet perfume wrapping around us, pulling me deeper into the swirling vortex of their conflict. In the distance, the cosmos spiraled above us, indifferent to our plight, a reminder of the insignificance of our lives against the backdrop of endless time. I remember the stillness that followed, each second stretching into eternity. The world around us faded, and I realized I was no longer just an observer. I was ensnared in their dance, swirling in the maelstrom of longing and loss, love and hatred, history and memory. The shadows of Ramses lurked just beyond our grasp, an eternal enigma, a haunting reminder that some legacies are forged in both glory and grief. And as the silence deepened, I felt the walls of the past closing in, the echoes of ancient lives whispering their truths, begging for the light of understanding. The moment hung heavy, charged with the urgency of unresolved conflicts, the weight of 1,000 lives lost in the march of time. But still, the statue stared, its expression a mask, unreadable, the soul of Ramses II entwined with our own, forever in a dance of shadows and light, waiting for a reckoning that may never come.